What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. We're back, and we are ready. It is Qualifier 2 time. It is day number 1. This is the first match of the tournament. Kicking it off here in the left side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Kronos. His name is Zastasy. On the right-hand side of the map in the red color, playing as Odin. His name is Joey Bads. The map is Elysium. And yes, this is the Wrath of the Gods. Qualifier number 2. For those of you wanting to know, there are 3 qualifiers in this one. 3 chances to get the best possible seed you can as a participating player. Lots and lots of games to come for participating viewers, and lots of fun all around, because this is going to be a lot. I don't really know a whole lot about Zastasy. I've definitely bumped into him on ladder once or twice. He's a very, very strong player. Joey Bads, on the other hand, this guy is one of my kind of favorite RTS types of players. He's also one of my favorite humans as well. He's a very, very nice guy. But what I mean by that is he is a thinker. He comes up with stuff, and stuff you would never really consider. And he's really, really clever with it. He likes to get in, read that tech tree, and come up with ideas and all the other good stuff that comes in. So we'll see what he's going to be able to come up with against Zastasy here. A very, very strong player indeed. Temple is up nice and quick. We've got the house down, or the mana down. We've got the temple down as well, as citizens are going to start popping out here. And we'll see how things go, as Leto is now going to be popping through for Zastasy. It is a relatively quick one, just not like an insane advanced time. It's just a fast one, just a nice 330. He's going to be putting pressure onto Joey incredibly fast. And I mean, it's Joey Bads. He's always going to be doing something different as he clicks up through Heimdall. He clicks up through Heimdall. He wants to go for something just a little bit strange here. We'll check out the line of sight, however, of Zastasy. He's just trying to figure out where that temple is. He might be able to notice it by this kind of tiles here or not. Now he sees that Oracle comes through. Temple gets deconstructed. There's going to be no temple for a little bit here, as Joey Bad's going to be chucking down his temple. He's got to be really careful here. The temple is on the other side of the map, so we might be okay to get this one up. Chopping down that tree over on this side. It's going to be very, very close. He's got 15 seconds. If the automaton can get over here, they can cause a lot of problems here for Joey Bads, as the dwarfs on this location are going to be the first target. He sees the temple coming up, but is it going to be too little, too late? Oh, Berserk right now, taking some serious damage. However, the classical age is in, and we'll see if he's going to be able to defend himself. Einari is through as well. It's a really, really good counter unit to these automatons, as the village is going to be shanking away over here. You got to be careful. The automaton does a crazy amount of damage there, but he does manage to push that one back. We got the spider leg coming through. Einari taking on an automaton, or 2 automatons, will mean he's going to be losing that fight, so he needs to retreat back away from that one. Do we see Joey Bads going for any Herso? Now they're starting to come out. Villagers popping up onto this gold mine for the time being. It's a longhouse is going to be coming through here as well. There's a couple more automatons now on the way. I'm going to pop through and start taking down the tower here. And can Joey Bads defend on this position or not is the big question. He's got a lot of resources in the bank, but making Herbman Berserks at the moment, you really need Herser out quick smart to deal with this, as the automaton pop through, still putting pressure on. And what is this? I guess the question is, what is this Heimdall going to be getting for Joey Bads moving forward in this game? We see a house coming up on this position, trying to defend, trying to lock this one down. Zastasy is now going to be getting himself a very, very scary Karabalister, as the Murmillo hero going to get sent packing for the time being here. Automaton's getting back up to full HP. He's already at at 4. And I'm sure more will be coming through. He's got so much favor in the bank to pump these out as the Hursa comes through, gets one shot off. There's that hero Carabarrels. This thing is so strong in the early stages of the game. Going to be able to snipe down that Iron. He takes that one out. Joey Bad still under some insane pressure here. A house going to come down onto this side. As more houses going to start piling up in this main base here for Joey Bads. As Zastasy not able to just yet get in and pressure this gold mine in a real way. The problem, however, is with Hero Carabalista, he can set up over here and he might even want to start time-shifting buildings in to cause some problems over here. Though if you do that in the face of Undermine, you can actually take that out. As the Hero Carabalista getting caught out ever so slightly. Nice micro there from Zastasy, however. As Joey Bad's going to pull back ever so slightly. Urso now going to charge around and start trying to take these units out. The Ursa now going through to try and take out the automatons on this side. As Joey Bad says, it's time to fight right now. He kills off 3 of the automatons. There's 1 more remaining. But both of those Caraballas are still alive. Great defense here from Joey Bads as the Ursa are charging forward to try and take out those Look at that micro from Joey Bads there as well, as the hero Caraballister getting very close to falling there. It's going to be able to survive with just a sliver of HP as Joey Bads has to retreat back home. The problem here for Joey Bads is he's got no food in the bank. Only gold. He can make dwarves here at the moment. He can make throwing axemen here. He can't really afford to make ironry because he doesn't have the favor just yet. He's made 1, but obviously he wants to make more of those. And it looks now like Zastasy says, okay, it's time to pull back. Villagers pulling off of the wood up onto this food over here. Joey does not care about the efficiency of his villagers. He is going for a shared ox cart approach onto this position, onto these berries to save as many resources as he possibly can. What's the next stage here for our Odin player? It's got to be getting out cavalry. Got to have a way to deal with those Caraballister, and cavalry are generally the best answer here. And we'll see if Zastasy is going to be able to get himself out some catapulties for when he needs to, but he's got these spider layers set up in a really good way. Let's check out the actual map here for Zastasy as well. Fantastic vision at the bottom of the map with this oracle. This oracle as well, checking out this position, but in the center here, this food is really important for Joey Bads. If he can move up there and grab that position, he's going to be really happy. More houses coming through here. Still trying to get those units out. Still a lot of resources in the bank. Walls coming up to just defend himself as another ox cart is now coming through. We aren't yet seeing those raiding cavalry coming in. You probably only need a handful for the moment here as the units charging forward. There's that deconstruction coming in onto the tower here as the gold villagers, little to Zastasy's knowledge, probably not needing to be on gold for the hot minute here. They've got Joey's got 500 gold in the bank to be used. Lots and lots of food, lots and lots of wood, lots and lots of gold coming in. Good attempts to get some sort of a surround happening onto this position. The Ironry will be able to boost these units in a big way as the throw and axemen are going to be able to take out those Murmillo quickly. A raiding cavalry, if targeted onto this low HP Caraballister, is going to get some seriously good damage done. Joey not doing that, however, just yet as the throw and axemen need to retreat away. Caraballister able to take out that raiding cavalry on this position as well. That's such an important unit, but the longer this goes on, the further Zastasy is going to be getting in front because Joey needs to be on his resources and gathering. He's falling behind on military ever so slightly, definitely behind on villager count for the time being here. He's also making dwarves out of the town center, which will hurt in a big way as he has to pull back. Takes a little snick of damage there from that Caraballister. Lots of idle villagers on the front here need to start moving forward, but the Zastasy pressure is absolutely pumping into the Joey Bats position for the time being. More automaton also going to be coming out. And Zastasy, behind all of this, has managed to squeeze out an oracle. I don't know if he got that early or not, but now all the villagers coming back over onto this gold mine. He could bring those dwarves into the fight to try and take out those Caraballister, which could be enough. As he's also got a handful of Hurso, which could be enough as well to take out those automatons, but he needs to clean up the Caraballister. Both of the both of the hearse are getting taken out there. It means the automatons are going to be able to survive for a very, very long time now as we see a market coming up. And I don't think Joey's plan here is to go heroic age, but maybe it's a way forward here. If he can get to the heroic age, he can get himself access to walking woods, and then he's going to be able to potentially take a fight, as we even see him queuing up Rig Stula, Safeguard coming through as well, as Joey wants village centers here. Joey wants town centers at the moment. It's a pretty bold decision for the time being here for Joey Bads. Dwarves on this position getting pushed back. The house is going to be getting torn down onto this position, as well as the dwarves all going to be just retreating back, retreating away. No Miller gets taken down. As Astasy still pulling around. He's now got himself the automaton upgrade here. As Throw and Axeman still just getting absolutely massacred. Good garrisoning here from Joey Bads. He's got to be spending those resources. Look at that 1,600 food in the bank. When you're under pressure, it can be so hard to play a really, really good game. And you're even seeing the same is somewhat true when you're the one putting pressure on, as we're constantly seeing those resources floating ever so high at the moment as Zassi manages to spend it all to continue moving forward here. As the villagers dropping their food off and you can start moving elsewhere. We do see the dwarves over onto this gold mine. The automaton, not the automaton, but the oracle will spot this, and now the army has to rotate all the way around. We did see here that Joey Bads bought himself Safeguard. So the village center here is only costing him 175 gold. So very, very cheap on this position. However, I don't think he's going to be able to hold it. This is a scary army. It's double the pop of what Joey Bads has. And it's only the stats on this thing, for those of you wanting to know, for those of you playing at home, for those of you who've got any care as to what a village center really is, it's effectively a longhouse in terms of stats. It's got 120 HP more than a longhouse and shoots, as villagers in the center of the map do get spotted, going to be pulling away from this position. Automatons moving over here to check out this gold mine. And villagers will be going down. Villagers on this position will also start to go down as well, as the automaton slowly starting to shift over here. Village center won't get finished in the slightest, as those automatons now popping through, and the pressure here is going to be mounting. And I think we may have had a resignation here at this moment, as Joey Bads' gold mine gets spotted, and it's all over here for Joey. Now it is a best of 3, I believe. So we'll see if Joey can pull it back moving into the next game. He's up against a very, very strong opponent in this one. But a well-constructed victory here from Zastasy. Don't forget, while we're watching this tournament, to be checking out Iron Maiden, Yodesla, and Nakamura RTS. They're all going to be covering this event, all the different games going on. We'll jump out of this one and get the next game going as fast as possible. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. In the top side of the map, playing as the Blue Hades. Currently up 1-0 in this best of 3 match for the first round of the Wrath of the Gods qualifiers. Number 2, it's Zastasy. His opponent today in the red color, fighting for his life right now. It's one game in and you're fighting for your life. That's how this sort of a tournament works. He's in the red color. He's playing Isis, and his name is Joey Bads. The map is Giza. And we are going to be seeing Joey Bads opening with a little something something here. I haven't seen anyone doing this before. For those of you wanting to know why this is so interesting and how much it actually impacts. If you empower the monument, I don't know if he's going to do it the entire game. No, I don't think he is. Okay, I take it back. I thought he was gonna hard sweat this early game. He actually has 7 favor already, so maybe he was hard sweating a little bit for the start and decides against it a little bit later. However, why is this interesting? Well, Isis, for those of you who don't know, Isis's Pharaoh can empower a monument for double the favor generation. So you could be getting 0.2 favor a second by empowering the monument, which is obviously a lot of favor to be getting in. As you know, villagers going to come over onto the gold mine, do all the good stuff, and that's a very, very early Flood of the Nile coming in for Joey Bads, but it will mean he's going for a later advance time. On the other side of the map here, Zastasy looks like he's opening up with the fast Vaults of Erebus build. He's already herded his deer, his gazelle underneath his town center, and he's going to be kicking this one off in an effort to get himself on economic edge. However, Joey Bad's getting his unique technology first and foremost does mean, technically speaking, he's got the economic edge at the moment. A whole extra villager on food here. And now the temple can get dropped down. It's really not a late time here for Joey Bads either. He's actually already got pickaxe. I'm loving this build that Joey Bads has concocted here. We'll see what sort of an advance time he's going to be able to get. It looks like it's going to be a 345 if he doesn't put another villager onto the temple to build that one up for a 330 or 430, I should say, 445. Nonetheless, we are seeing that Vaults of Erebus is now coming through. Ajax is out. Going to be looking for some relics here. What have we got? Black Lotus on this position. Very, very useful there for the farms. Over here, we've got Hecate's or Hecate's Torch for the God Power cooldown reduction there. On this position here, we've got that Eye of Horus, going to be increasing the population cap by 4 of all the town centers. Over onto this position, we have Hestia's Hearth, minus 5% of the base to the villager train time. So a lot of really, really good relics here. If we take a quick look at Joey's scouting, he sees all 3 of these, but he has not sent his Pharaoh looking just yet. And we are going to be seeing that Athena coming through, as Joey's actually opting for an even later advance time. Super, super late. And he's now going to be opting into Anubis. Okay. I love the Anubis play here from Joey Bads, because what is it set up? Well, effectively against Greek, for the Egyptians, does he put every single villager he's got onto gold? He does. I love it. Okay, so effectively for their Egyptian versus Greek, there's really only 3 units you need to be able to build if you play in a certain strategy, right? Like, okay, so the 3 human units are Spearman to deal with cavalry, Chariot Archer to deal with infantry, and War Elephant to deal with archer. So based on what your opponent's making, you're going to go through that. So what you want, first and foremost, is to boost your spearmen so that they can be usable. And you also want to be getting yourself a little boost to myth units to make sure, or dealing with myth units to make sure you can kind of deal with that. On top of that, when you're playing against Greek, Anubites are really, really good in a fight. They're not the best raiding unit just on the fact that Achilles can chase them down. However, it is a really, really good idea to be poking in and getting some raids down, especially when your opponent's going for a far second town center. We've already got the Ajax in, the Achilles in onto this position. And at the back here, a sad Joey Bads. A very sad Joey Bads cannot get away with his village center without it being spotted. What can you do? He could come over and drop this one as well and go up to 3 town centers potentially here. I don't hate this idea. One of the great ideas of doing this is that you just got villagers popping out straight onto a gold mine. So technically speaking, there is a timing at which this is actually more effective than a normal town center up to a certain point. Obviously, the second town center will always come out ahead in the long run. But, you know, if there's something specific you want with that gold, it can be very, very useful. It saves him a mining camp. It's very valuable. Okay, Archery Range Military Academy going to be coming up onto this side as the Anubite going to be checking around onto the right-hand side. Achilles is already over here, and Joey not paying attention. He might be losing this one. He's got to jump that Anubite away. Does he manage to do so? Yes, he does. Anubite is away. It will be able to get back to safety here. You've got to be paying attention as the attacking player to see this, because when you jump the Anubite, the actual unit charging after it will de-aggro. And a market now coming. Hang on. It's all starting to make sense here. Joey Bads' plan is coming into some very, very strange but logical through clarity right now. This is the second prosperity he's used. He's got 3 monuments up. The market is down. Our main man, Joey Bads, is going to be able to buy himself 800 food very, very quickly here. And then he's going to be able to go through Nephthys. And that's exactly what he's done. That is exactly what he's done. I don't know if I'm going to go out on a limb and just say I've got no idea what the math is on this, whether this is actually worth it or not. All I have to say is this is classic Joey Bads, ladies and gentlemen. He has got himself an idea, and he will run with his idea no matter what. As units now starting to charge over here, one of the big weaknesses of the village center is you can only put 15 villages inside of it. So you do have to be very, very careful. The units are going to see this position. They see the walls are up, so he has to break through that. We've got some barracks getting dropped down as well. As, I mean, Ancestors can be used to hold on. We've got the Achilles coming in onto this position as well. But unlike a regular town center, the village center is much, much weaker at defending itself. And the question I've got right now, is Joey Bads crazy enough to use prosperity again at only 63 favor? It's pretty cheap. He's got the relic that makes this even cheaper as well. Hecate's Torch. That's the barracks. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Pharaoh going to be getting targeted down onto this position. Does Garrison in. Going to be starting to empower up that town center to get a little bit of fight back in this position. The damage out of this town center is going to be 30 pierce a second. So it's not a small amount here. As units retreating, as the Achilles retreats back. Will we see that Migdol stronghold getting thrown up here on this back position? He might have to use Ancestors to hold this spot. What are we seeing next is the big question. A whole bunch of barracks units. We've got spearmen, axemen, slingers coming through here for Joey. If he wants to, he can just dive in with a unit like a spearman, and that's always going to be getting damage done. There's the Plague of Serpents coming through, and that's going to be enough here now for Joey to defend on this position. I could be wrong, but I feel like he's going for another prosperity. What is this guy doing? Who is this guy? The next prosperity costs 72 favor. This is the third prosperity he's used. 3. With a capital T. I don't know if that makes any sense. Okay, Achilles coming in onto this position. Good micro there from Joey to pull back his villages here. Getting as much damage as he possibly can. Great micro there, actually. As the army of Zastasy now starting to come around. We do have a couple of priests out for Joey Bads. He can still buy himself some resources here, especially in the wood column. As the Minotaur getting pushed back, villagers pulling away from this spot. Going to go elsewhere. He can drop farms down into his main base if he wants with all that gold. This gold mine will be expiring relatively soon, though, is the problem. As now we see medium axeman, bowsaw coming through. The army of Joey Bads is starting to cook here. Units coming in up to the top position. Joey not paying attention. He's losing a lot of villagers up here. This is absolutely huge for Zastasy moving forward, as Joey now going to be attempting to charge forward on this spot. Villagers still not reacting over here, as finally he notices as his army charges forward, and Zastasy just says, all right, time to retreat back. I'm going to lose that Minotaur, but lots and lots of villagers falling on this spot, as a hoplite in this base will end up going down. Joey takes a lot of damage here, but he's got himself 2,500. Well, he had 2,500 gold. And now what's next? A town center? what do you do? Migdol Stronghold coming down. He might still have to use Ancestors here to break out and get onto his next gold mine for another prosperity to potentially come here. You also have to remember that Joey has gone for Necropolis in this position here. So he's actually kind of on 4 monuments in terms of power here. They're all got an extra 0.03. So times that by 3.09, which is almost a 4th monument. So they're getting a lot of favor through for Joey Bads in this one, as the Migdol Stronghold will come down here very, very quickly. Army charging in. Ancestors gets dropped down, and Zastasy needs to pull back here for the time being. We've got the Scorpion Men charging forward to try and take out the villagers on this spot. Joey Bats needs to get some return fire in onto this one. He absolutely needs to, as we see the Heroic Age now through for Zastasy, but he's chosen to go for Apollo. So no curse can be used. We are going to be seeing Joey deciding it's in his best interest to retreat back here. He can start making Chariot Archers, which is exactly what he's going to be doing. Lots and lots of wood and gold in the bank. I have this inkling in the back of my mind right now that Joey doesn't want to use any more favor just so he can use another prosperity, but I could be wrong about that. For those of you who don't know, prosperity gives a boost of 80% to your gold villagers, as we see Osiris now wanting to come through here for Joey in the back of his base. Monument to the Pharaoh is going to be coming in here as well for just a little bit more favor, because why not? Why not get another monument up? It's going to be able to protect this area from god powers. And we also see the Pharaoh empowering this up, or was empowering it up for a little bit here, but back onto the gold mine to get a little bit more. The problem is for Joey is he's got 0 gold income. Hoplites now coming through. Heavy rain soldiers on the way as well. Is the army going to be charging through? If he empowers the monument here, there might be an ability to stop a restoration onto this location, but he's not going to be going for it. Another Plague of Serpents gets dropped down here for Joey Bads, as the army in the front, is it going to be enough? Those Axemen are getting a lot of value on the front here. The priests need to be getting damage done, but it looks like they're going for the healing strategy instead. Not going to be enough here, as Zastasy's army is simply put too strong on this position here. This is now going to be empowering that Migdol Stronghold up in an attempt to hold on this position, but Zastasy is too quick, too strong, and too much for Joey Bads in this game. A swift 2-0 here for Zastasy to kick this tournament off. I mean, as much as I want to see Joey Bads having success for these wacky strategies, triple prosperity, it's now out there. Is it good? Let's have a quick look. Let's just have a quick look at this. All resources collected. Have you ever seen an Egyptian player with an advantage here in terms of resources this big? I personally, and he lost villagers as well. Don't mind. If Joey Bads didn't lose any villagers, if he just kind of had a completely fine time behind all this to just keep on dropping these prosperities, I think his economy would just be stonking. And he would be able to have so many more resources. The problem is, what can you really build here with pure gold? That's where my problems start going, well, maybe the best idea is to go for Sobek and maybe not use a 3rd prosperity, but instead just get out a whole bunch of Bitsukos, because then you've actually got something going. But a great idea here from Joey Bads, but not great enough to take out Zastasy. Zastasy moves to the next round. We'll get the next game going really shortly. Don't forget to check out everyone else covering this tournament, and we'll keep moving along. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, from the Wrath of the Gods qualifiers. Number 2, technically day 3 of the Wrath of the Gods tournament. Spawning in the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Eric B. are. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Frere. His name is Killuminati. Now, both of these players had a very, very good showing in the first qualifier. Both making it reasonably far, both falling to some very, very strong competition. So we'll see if they can keep it up here in this one. Now, I mean, Killuminati has shown that he can tango with the best of us. He's taken out the... Why? Who did he take out? He took out Tunison. So Tunison is one of those players who I think a lot of players... He's from the Fox team. He's one of the players trying to be very competitive in Age of Mythology Retold, and he's been able to take that one out where that's concerned. But Eric, on the other hand, he also, I believe he took a game off the Rappel, who was a semi-finalist in the first qualifier, an incredibly strong player in his own right. So both of these guys here are going to be someone to look out for here moving into this tournament and moving forward in the tournament sphere in Age of Mythology Retold. Relics on this map, see if they're going to matter. We've got Demeter's Throne over here. This one's just going to be... I think this relic is maybe a little underrated. Half price off on your storehouses, granaries, houses might not seem like a lot, but it's also reducing the build time on those, which ends up becoming even more resources off. Over here, we've got the Ship of Fingernails on this position as well. Going to be increasing the food trickle rate by 0.5 per second. Up onto this position here, we've got that Blanket of Empress Zoe, minus 10% to the building crush vulnerability there. And over onto this position, we have Harmonia's Necklace, plus 10% of base coming in there as well. So some fantastic relics. The question is, what sort of an opening here is Eric going to be going for? And it looks to me like we're not going to be seeing any surprises. Eric's going for the early lure. He's going for the fast advance. He's going for early pressure. And he's going to be putting it on to Killuminati very, very quickly here. Killuminati here is going for the very, very quick double eco upgrade build. This one's kind of been popularized recently by Husk Soup. It's also a very late advance time with... Not a 4:15, but it's looking like it might be as late as a 4:45 moving forward. Houses starting to come down here as well for Killuminati to try and defend himself as the Catoscopos is going to be coming through. And the question is, can he get the buildings up fast enough such that Atalanta and the Centaur aren't going to be any problems for him, as the Centaur here for Eric is going to start charging across the map to put some very early pressure on to Killuminati. Killuminati now able to advance through Ulla. He's trying to put the walls up over here. He's got this house coming through, and I mean, he can drop that down, which will mean the Centaur has to kind of navigate all the way around here. He can also go straight after the Berserk. Great garrison micro from Killuminati in this one, but the Centaur, simply put, is just going to rotate around down to the bottom, and Ulla is a long way from home in this game as the Centaur coming forward, but a 4 HP wall is now in, and that's going to actually get shot down. It's not going to be enough. Atalanta and Theseus now starting to make their way over onto this position as Killuminati, simply put here, he is just going to be ignoring this for the moment. He is just trying to just garrison very slowly and trying to take as little damage as he possibly can here. Dwarf's going to get pulled off of this position right now. He's got so much gold in the bank that it's not the biggest of problems to just drop them over onto an olive tree and be completely fine. As the Ursa yet again just going to slap down a wall. That gets picked off. You don't lose resources for that. If it's on 1 HP, you're going to get back the vast majority of those resources there, as a great haul going to be getting popped up onto this position. Herser coming through as well. We are going to be seeing super early winged messengers. I love that tech. I think it's one of the best, as the Draugr in this position will be able to get a little bit of damage done onto these units. You got to be careful not to get this one out of position too far. It's very, very slow. Atalanta is very, very fast, and the Draugr runs straight for the town center before losing its life. Dwarves trying to get that pressure over there, not able to kill the Atalanta off. It does take a huge amount of HP off. One dwarf down, and Eric is now out of here. In the main base, we've got that stable up over here. Where to next is the big question. Because Killuminati, sure, losing a dwarf here, that's a good win for Eric. But he advanced later in a big way than Eric, which means he's got a lot more resource to play with right now. Plus, he's already got those eco ups. So Eric probably needs to continue putting pressure on. Watchtowers is now in. So that's a really, really big amount of defense to be utilized here. Walls coming down all around the base for Killuminati to just prevent this pressure from mounting. As the cavalry coming in, this wall is not finished, but there's still going to be damage coming in from that watchtower over here as the Herso, honestly, they don't take too much damage from this. So the tower's going to be able to get just a little bit of support in as well. As a couple of upgrades coming through for Killuminati as he's just trying to be holding on. He's got the armory up onto the back position here as well. More units coming through as the Herso pops out. That Centaur is being a little bit of a pain onto this position. The gate here is up 38 HP remaining on this position as Killuminati here looks like he's held for the time being. And Eric is going to have to retreat back and figure out the next portion of this game. He needs to push forward somewhere else, but there's not going to be all too many weaknesses in this position, except for over here, as Eric does not notice this. He hasn't sent the Pegasus over here to check this one out. A Herso going to come over onto this position just to check things out. We see the Longhouse is up, a marker coming up in the back corner here as well. The Pegasus is just like, what can I see here? But he's gotten away with a lot by being on this hunt for so long. The army very much allowing Killuminati to be there, which is gigantic for him at this stage. But he's still got to be really, really careful moving forward as the unit's now going to swing back around here. No army on this position to kind of stop this gate from going down. The dwarves will have to get pulled back. They do manage to do so. The army coming around here to defend as the Katoskopos going to be spotting the food villages on the right-hand side. And a couple of heroes, a couple of units could get over there and start poking down onto that one. We've also got that crenellations technology about to come through as well as the dwarves get pulled back out. And we see Gullet Bursty coming through the wall, coming up in an attempt to prevent these Hippias from retreating away. Killuminati gets the dwarves in to start shanking. 3 Hippias going to be remaining after all is said and done, and Killuminati gets a huge amount of value right there in the early game out of that Gullet Bursty, but Gullet Bursty is now off the table. No more Gullet Bursty. That's the first little power spike down the drain. Villagers over here starting to shank. Killuminati has to retreat away from this position. He's got the units starting to move forward here. As one villager gets taken down, the army very slow. The Hippias are so quick, but they do decide to simply just retreat away. And Killuminati says, all right, time to retreat back into my main base. I've got away with it. I lost one villager, got away with it. No problems here. But now Aphrodite is on the way. And I am sniffing Eric considering to go for a gold staff here. As the Centaur managed to snipe another villager. Great control by Eric in this game. But going for a gold staff, where do you go for is the big question. Walls finishing up in this main base over here. The big question really is, can Killuminati sneak up an Asgardian Bastion moving forward? Another great haul going to be coming through here. Lots of resources in the bank to be utilized. Raiding Cavalry, Herdman, Bragi queued up as well, which is going to be obviously a really, really important god power to be used as the Centaurs yet again coming through, causing problems on this gold mine, but great control by Killuminati to just avoid all of that. In the main base, we're now seeing Eric saying it's time to tech switch ever so slightly. He's going to be going into Hephaspest most likely here, as Killuminati not really building any thrown axemen here, only making obviously Herdman to counter the Hippias. And Eric is forcing this out, so he's able to then counter it moving forward. We'll see if this can work out for Killuminati, who's now actually placed this great halls down in order to maybe counter the counter units. If you can go into raiding cavalry here, it could be really, really good. Raiding cavalry Herdman makes a lot of sense moving forward into this game, but so too to throw an axe would make a lot of sense as well. It's Aphrodite about to be popped as the villagers on this position finishing up on this gold mine, and unfortunately we hit a bit of a roadblock in this game. All right, guys, we're going to be jumping back into main window 1 and seeing if we can jump back into this game or not. Another game, another you, another me in the left side of the map in the blue color playing as Poseidon. His name is Matrius. In the right-hand side of the map in the red color playing as Ra. His name is Drac. We finally managed to get into a game. Unfortunately, we've had some technical difficulties joining games. We had a little bit of a freeze going in onto our last viewed games, so I don't know what happens there, but it seems we're just having a lot of freezes starting games off today. Nonetheless, we're going to be able to continue along here. We're going in onto game number 2 between these two players. I believe Matrius is already up 1-0 in this best of 3 for the Wrath of the Gods qualifier number 2, day number 1, or day number 3, depending on what you want to call it. Nonetheless, Ra versus Poseidon, and we also get to see Matrius playing on his fan favorite, Poseidon. He is obviously insanely good at this god, and he's been insanely good at this god for an insanely long time. But what makes him so good at this god isn't like strategically, it's fundamentally. He knows how to play this god and get wins. The thing that Poseidon has, which other Greek gods don't really have, is side builds. What is this Rhino doing? I thought Madras was pushing it in underneath, but it's going to live with 1 HP. Goes out of range. It's just sitting here. Anyways, to finish that thought, when you play Poseidon in a really fundamental manner, and what I mean by that is like lots of good side builds, walls, just like constricting your opponent, playing control game. The bonus of playing Poseidon is that you get militia. So if your opponent ever manages to get close, get in and cause problems for you, you know, you're going to get militia there to help yourself out. So Matrius is going to be enjoying that in this game, as he's going to be scouting through here, just checking things out, dodges a whole bunch of arrows before taking a whole bunch of shots there. Nonetheless, he pulls through and he spots how many villages are on gold. Now, for those of you wanting to get a little better at Age of Mythology, you got to really be thinking about what you're seeing when you're seeing it. And a lot of this is somewhat just knowledge of matchups or knowledge of how to play a god. If you know, then you know. So with Matrius riding through here at 3 minutes into the game and only seeing a handful of villages on gold, he knows there's not going to be a fast second town center coming through here for Drac, and he can start preparing for it. And that's why he runs that scout through to check. If he saw 8 villages, 10 villages on that gold mine, he would go, all right, there's a town center coming, so let me prepare for it. As Matrius Ktoskopos just going to be popping through here, villagers just going to be eating up all of that food. Coming over here to drop that granary and see what's happening there. As Matrius is just on the prowl, as he says, second town center is going to be his option here. Now, as Poseidon, and just as a Hermes user, grabbing this town center whenever you want is completely fine because you got ceasefire. That scary shifting sands that can come down kind of whenever is never going to be a problem. So we see a stable coming up nice and quickly here for Matrius. Matrius is a big fan of doing it like this. I know there's kind of like this Greek 2-town center idea that was popularized by Nulf in a way back in 2000. I want to say 2023, maybe 2022, even as far back as that, maybe popularized in 2023, whereby he would get 2 town centers as Hades and then get himself immediate eco upgrades. But what Matrius likes to do here is he wants to get on the offensive here. So he's not going for those eco upgrades fast. He's just going to get some hippias out and try and apply some pressure. And I think for the first time, the first moment of this, it makes a lot of sense just to get 1 or 2 out, run across the map, but not really for going after villages here. So we see 3 Wadgets already coming through for Drac. It's more to just clean up obelisks. But we see the Wadgets out for Drac. He's got double barracks up already. And Drac is going to be looking to put some serious pressure onto Matrius. He can go in for a whole bunch of spearmen, but it looks like this might be a fake. to some degree. Double barracks into a heroic age here. You can always go for Spearman Chariot Archer as an idea, but I mean, if you're going to be making Wadgets, I think you have to ask yourself the question, what are you really wanting to do with this? And I think Wadgets mean immobile composition means you need to be going for some sort of a slow push. So we'll see how things are going to go. Got the Relic coming up over here. Got Pygmalion Statue, 40% base speed coming in. Up onto this position. Got that Dwarven Calipers there. Not getting picked up just yet. Definitely a decent Relic. In the temple here for Matus, he's already got Scales of the Echidna. Going to be reducing those myth unit costs down by 15%. Huge there. As well as Tearfinger and Angantyr Sword. A couple of really, really good relics. As Hippias is just moving around to clean up all these obelisks. Got so much effort into placing these down, and, you know, cleaning them up nice and quick is very important. But now we see Sobek coming through. And I mean, there could be an idea here of going for Camel Rider. Mass Camel Rider and just cook with them. If you go for a huge amount of those and you start putting that pressure on, it can be absolutely huge to cause some problems. But Matrius, he's so good at this. He is so good at this. Walls coming down onto this spot. He can get himself in completely protected on his base, and that slows down any sort of early pressure. The problem is that for the moment here, Matrius has got no counter to Camel Riders. And there's also going to be the potential for a Sobekian raid with Locust to come in and take out a whole bunch of villagers. As the village is going to pop back onto the goats over here, and do see the cheeky little Pegasus hanging out on this position, just making sure no town center ever comes through. As we also see Lord of Horses coming in, and Matrius has got to be a little bit concerned here. He's already coming out onto the second gold mine, which I absolutely love for the time being. But the concern that he has to have is, my opponent is going to be putting me under pressure, which does make things very, very challenging. As what is this priest doing over here? We do see a cheeky little Wadget out on this position here as well. As the priest going to get sniped down, and we do have ourselves a Migdol stronghold getting placed down outside of the base. Pharaoh not coming over there. It's going to take quite a while to go up, and it could get caught by Matrius. This is kind of always the best way to play here in this exact spot, is to be putting a lot of pressure onto your opponent, but it looks like the Pitsukos on the back here getting pushed back. Wadgets, Spears, look at that damage coming down, and look at the HP that the Atalanta is getting back here with that lifesteal. She's still getting taken down ever so quickly here, or whatever, but the Pitsukos here with just a handful of HP remaining does snipe down one Wadget before getting out, and will live with 217 HP. But behind all of this, Drak now has himself the Migdol stronghold, and he's going to be able to start pumping those Camel Riders. We see Darkwater, we see Heavy Camel Rider, and the intentions for Drak moving forward are absolutely clear. As archery range, military academy coming up onto this position. Over here we've got Aphrodite on the way as well, as the villagers are going to slowly start to move over onto this position. Still grabbing this outward gold mine nice and early. However, while it's all going on, Matus is still mining the gold mine in his main base. So it's not saving him crazy like, but it will be nice as the army now charging forward. Heavy Camel Riders already in, and you already know that this is the position you need to attack here if you are the Ra player. You've also got to have eyes on this left position over here, as we see a storehouse coming up, and Matrius can be over here and be over here and be in a good spot. He's also got a decent amount of military units as well while he's going to the next age, pumping out hoplites for the time being here. But the hoplites, fantastic against Camel Riders, don't get me wrong. But the myth units take them out really quickly. And that's the hard part to deal with here. However, Drak is taking a really long time to make anything happen in this game. He needs to be attacking. He needs to be attacking quick. And he needs to be attacking now. As the villagers popping back over onto the gold mine, onto the back here. A whole bunch of military academies are up, so Matus doesn't really want to go into Prodromus here, instead favoring a more immobile army to deal with what Drax's going to be doing. And behind this, Drax says farms, rain, and Osiris. This is a really, really slow idea from Drax. He's going to be hitting the Mythic Age really late. He can sell some food here to get himself some gold. But Matrius, for the time being, he probably needs to just attack here. I mean, he's going to wait, mass up some more units, but he needs to make an attack happen before Osiris comes in. Otherwise, life's going to be a little bit challenging. We're still seeing Camel Riders coming through. I do believe he's selling some food here. Indeed, he is. And Osiris now clicks up as Matrius, his spidey senses are tingling. He's like, why, if my opponent is sitting one town center, why hasn't he come and attacked me yet? Why isn't he here? What's happening? He's built all these units. What's happening? And he's like, oh, maybe there's a fast mythic coming in. He's got to attack. Waiting back here and not doing anything is only hurting him. We're already a quarter of the way to the Mythic Age, which means mummies, Son of Osiris, and Pain. Obviously, there will be access to Curse to make a push happen. Upgrades coming through as well. There's only the one Migdol stronghold. Some houses coming through here as well from Drac to just defend this position. I like that idea, as the Camel Riders now going to be looking to push forward, running straight into this Matrius army, however, not paying attention. In fact, he runs straight by it. Up. And he gets stunned up. Going to be losing one Camel Rider before pulling back out. And this is going to be... Nope. Matrius says, I'm not going to be fighting. He's still taking it so slow here. Just trying not to lose the game rather than trying to claim the game. He's just like, okay, grab my third town center, play it nice and slow. Locust going to be getting dropped down onto this position. Will we see any villager kills? No. Matrius has already got himself Pygmalion statue, so those villagers are very tough to kill with the Locust. And the only thing here that's going to be able to save Drac is a significant raid or a whole bunch of mummies. He's just used another rain, so he's not going to be favor for the mummies. Camel Riders coming through onto this position. A fortress is up to defend over here. Third town center is discovered. The Camel Riders now going to be charging into the main base to look for some villager kills. There's a lot of low HP villagers on this wood line. Matrius notices it. He's going to be pulling back immediately. The Mythic Age now comes through for Drac as he's going to be dropping that Son of Osiris down. Slowly starting to move forward. He's got to be really, really careful with this. There is going to be at Nemean Lion coming in onto this spot as the Camel Riders going after some villagers. Can he get some villager kills here or not is the big question. One villager going down over here as the Hoplites going to be taking out those Camel Riders on that spot. We've got the Prodromus not really out in at all. Oh my god, we've got another freeze here, guys. It's not my day today. It's not my day at all. Well, GG, well played here. I'm sure you're all having a fantastic time at this day. I'm not. Let's move on to the next one, hey? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back at it yet again. We're still trying to have a series here where we have a nice little viewing experience, but we're back in. We're now going to be checking out in the right side of the map in the blue color, playing as Set. His name is Soup, his opponent today. In the red color, playing as Odin. It's Nulf. Nulf versus Soup. I don't know much about Nulf, but I do know quite a lot about Soup. This guy, obviously, very, very strong player. Been very strong for a very long time. One of the more exciting top players out there in terms of strategy. He's always got something he's cooking up here. Now, he's going to be going up against Odin, and to be completely frank with you guys, Set's bag of tricks are incredibly vast when playing against Odin. Odin is one of those gods that is kind of straight down the line, does have some stuff going for him in terms of spamming out Herser, in terms of Sesrumnir and Freya and pressure and raiding cavalry, throwing axemen and all that stuff, and you just kind of throw it at your opponent and see what sticks. But how do you deal with Anubites? How do you deal with Wadgets? How do you deal with fast second town center or fast third town center? How do you deal with fast heroics? How do you deal with fast mythics? There's so many different ideas to go in with when playing as Set. So the most important thing here is for Nulf is to scout. That's the most important thing. Get out there, see what's happening, and make a good decision. We're going to be seeing Anubis coming through here for Soup. So he is going for those Anubites, it looks like. He could go for a fast heroic into Mass Scorpion Men as well. There's so many great ideas, but we're yet to see any extra monuments coming down, rather favoring the early priest to start ooming it up in the center of this map. All of this hunt in the center is effectively free army to some degree, and he's just going to be grabbing it all. At the moment, doesn't look too threatening with only 0.7 hack damage per second here, but you know, after all is said and done, this animal is going to turn into a beast very, very shortly. Literal beast. He is an animal. He's a beast. That's what he does. Relics in the center of the map, not actually getting picked up by Soup. He's instead just saying no need for that. Going to go for something else here. Is he throwing down a monument? He does get that second monument coming up. A barrack's going to be coming up as well to secure the center of the map. All of the animals going to be moving into the center of the map here as a Herser starts to move forward in search of relics and all the other good stuff, but it's a pretty challenging position to be in, to be the Odin player right now, when the Set player is just grabbing all these animals. In fact, you see them walking forward with these. Already watchtowers up for Nulf as well. A couple of Anubites are through here as the Valkyrie says, hello, let's play ever so slightly over here, but definitely needs to get some raids happening into the main base as Soup can now start going in with Axemen if he so chooses. Spearmen are also a great idea to kick this game off, but in a way you don't need the Spearmen to deal with raiding cavalry because you've got so many animals to set. So it might just be best to just get the Axemen out and make sure that any Herser that get produced are going to be able to get dealt with. As now Soup splits up those Anubites, moving up to the top position here, going to be checking out the main base of Nulf here. Over onto the left side, we see that Anubite charging forward, going to be looking for a villager kill. As the Anubites can now jump in onto that main gold mine. So the villagers just decide to turn around and get some shanks back. Nice defense from Nulf. Really, really good. Doesn't manage to kill off that Anubite. Shouldn't chase too far, but does get a lot of HP damage as Guardian Anubites does complete. We're starting to see some raiding cavalry, Herser coming into the mix here as the animals a second just say, hello there, it's time to play. The Anubite here gets a couple of shots off as we see a forest fire coming in onto the main base here. And first blood looks like it's going to be going towards the Odin player Nulf here as he picks off a villager. Will take a lot of damage onto that Valkyrie before getting away as those Gazelle of Set charging over there as well. But looks like Nulf is going to be happy about this one. Gets a huge amount of damage done onto the Anubite, though it's going to get healed back up. There's just so many animals of Set in the center here. Now we take a look at the stats. 7 damage per second. 6 damage per second. Over here, more Water Buffalo of Set coming through. Soup is constructing the zoo. He wants a zoo, and he wants everybody to come. It's free to go to the zoo on this day. Everyone's invited. You can go see the boars, see the water aurochs. It's all good. Raiding cavalry checking themselves up to the top side of the map here as the Anubite swings around onto this position. We've got those aurochs, or water buffaloes I should say, taking out the Valkyrie before needing to retreat back as the army of Soup now going to be moving up onto this position to try and defend. But Nulf has gotten through. Nulf has gotten through in a big way here. Going to be looking for some villagers to kill. As those villagers just dump into the granary And they're now going to be moving forward to grab some of that center food shenanigans here. This Nulf is now going to move into the main base, looking for some villagers to kill. There's not really a whole lot on this side. He burned down this forest, so there's all the villagers have sort of moved over to the other side of the map. Food villagers are in the center of the map for the time being here. And Nulf just needs to start kind of exploring a little bit better here. He's now starting to charge forward, but this army of Soup is incredibly strong here. The Anubite that jumps forward doesn't manage to get taken down. The Priest's going to be healing that one up. We do have some Herser coming in onto this fight here as well, as the Throw and Axeman getting distracted by those serpents on this one. And Nulf looks like he's going to get absolutely ruined by these serpents and everything else. He has to pull back into the main base. While that's all going on, does get a little bit of a fight over here, but there's already some units to defend, and Nulf is now back into his main base. He's only behind by a handful of population, but it seems like he is super far behind in this game in terms of just map control and sheer numbers. These things do cost population, right? They cost 2 population, so the actual army numbers here for Soup, they're not as big as you might think. Only like 8 boars. These probably aren't worth 2 population in terms of like actual army strength. So let's cut it down to 1 pop here, and maybe it's more like 40 pop to 50 pop. So it is kind of close. So a good fight could go the wayside of Nulf moving forward, as he does try to take out some of these serpents, but the army going to charge forward and say, I want to get some fights over here. Anubite's up to the top position here, as Nulf needs, well, he doesn't need gold at the moment, but he wants the gold. As all those Herser getting charged down, taken out as well. The army going to be retreating back up, going to be moving over to a different position here very, very shortly. Up to the top position over here, we got that Anubite causing some problems. The raiding cavalry trying to charge around here, as now Soup says it is time to take a real fight moving forward. Anubites jump forward. The damage they do onto the Thrown Axeman is absolutely gigantic. Good wall there as a retreat path, but the Anubite numbers are starting to get out of control, as Nulf has to move back into the main base. Do we see a market in here anywhere? I don't see a market for trading for the time being. Village is going to pull off of this wood line as well and move elsewhere, as the wall gets removed on this spot. And all the units are simply just going to pull over into the left position. Village is now going to jump over onto the tree line. Great Hall gets finished. Obelisk coming up on this side over here as well, just to check out everything. But we do see onto this position here, a Berserk comes through, snipes down the villager. Does Soup notice this? Answer is a resounding yes. 5 Guardian Nubites say, what's happening on this gold mine? Nice walls would be a shame if I jump over it indeed, Mr. Gork and Mork. As the vision comes down, first one, as we also see Clairvoyance coming in immediately thereafter, as all of those Anubites charge forward. 2 dwarves go down, 3 dwarves go down, 4 dwarves going down, as the Anubites now in chase mode. Berserk on that position going to go down as well. Another dwarf going down. The army of Nulf now coming over to greet this position up onto the right-hand side of the map. House going to be going down over there, but there's just so many units now out for Soup. Can Nulf defend this one or not is the big question. No Herser here anymore, but a handful of Valkyrie. They are good at taking down the Anubites. It can work out for him. As returning back onto this spot, Nulf pulls back. The dwarves all going to go down. He does move some villagers up onto this position to start trying to grab that one. Raven goes down onto that spot as well, as it looks like Soup says, I'm just going to leave 1 Anubite here to finish off these dwarves, and then we'll move back elsewhere. As Nulf is now down to 35 villagers. Funnily enough, he's still pretty close in villager count. I don't know if Nulf has had some successful raids or not, but he seems to be keeping himself relatively competitive in the economic department. Military value here is pretty close as well with those Valkyries. It looking like Nulf is able to catch Soup out of position with this army. This is a really, really important fight to be taking and getting some value on. So many throwing axemen as well, as the army now, though, of Soup starting to come through. Can Nulf worked this fight out in his favor. A whole bunch of priests are through to take out those Valkyries as well. The raiding cavalry need to get around onto the back here to deal with those slingers. Not able to do so very easily here as all of the thrown axemen end up falling. The Valkyries still alive in this fight. Funnily enough, the Nubites are still alive after all is said and done as well. And in that position there, Soup does manage to walk away with a very simple victory here with his set. Just going to town in the center of the map here. So obscenely important. I think arguably you might want to go for like double or even triple berserk on this map and just prevent the priests from getting those conversions off. Just be the person putting pressure on into the center of the map. Otherwise, the priests get those conversions off and they start really being a lot of trouble for you. But well played here by Soup. If you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit the follow button and also check out the other guys on the Twitch as well. Yo Dessler, AOL Iron Maiden, and Metaplays RTS with Nakamura at the helm there. We'll move on to the next game and see how it goes. Welcome back to game number 2 between Soup and Nulf. In the right-hand side of the map, playing as Isis, his name is Soup. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Kronos, we do have that Nulf character right now. We'll see what Nulf's going to go for because, you know, he's decided to pick Midgard. The way that the map picking works in this tournament is that the loser gets to pick the next map, and he decides to go in with Midgard, and he's going to be going in with Kronos. Lots and lots of different shenanigans to throw at your opponent. When you're playing as Kronos, you can go for no fish and get an advantage. You can go for mass docks and get an advantage. You can do whatever you really want here as the Kronos player. Soup's Isis, on the other hand, is pretty scary in its own right. I would probably argue that a really nice way to play this as Isis against Kronos would be to go through Anubis, such that you can drop down Plague of Serpents on any sort of rush that happens on your land, and then you can go into Anubites to utilize some of that boosted food economy from the fishing ships to kind of make things work for yourself. Now, obviously, Isis players love their Ancestor Eclipse. They love going through Bast. They love going through Nephthys and going for an Ancestor Eclipse sort of timing, or even just hitting the economy really nicely. I guess the question is going to be, what does Soup want to do? What's Soup scared of? And what can Nulf actually throw at him? Relics in the center of the map, we do have that Black Lotus over here with a plus 10% farm increase there onto this position. I have Horus is sitting here with the plus 4 population cap to the top side of the map. We've got Ulla's bow here with a plus 1 ranged attack, maximum range there as well. Over onto this side, we've got Kithara of Apollo, plus 10% of base there on those villages. As the fishing ships now starting to spread out on the map, finding all the different positions that they need to be getting into, and we are seeing a relatively quick advance here from Nulf. This is not a terrible advance time in the slide. It's 4:30. However, Soup isn't that far behind either. To me, this is a respectable advance time. 4:45. Definitely very, very useful here as we see prosperity coming through, as I'm going to go ahead and guess that Soup wants to get some priests out here to defend himself. As Obelisk coming up onto the top side of the map here as well. One other thing you can do with Kronos, which is pretty nice, is you can actually build a dock on this spot here, and then you can time shift it up over here. So you can send an oracle over here and you can get set up on that spot without needing to send a citizen all the way over there. So you can definitely make those things happen as well if you really want to. There's a villager going to be shooting the ball, retreating back now underneath the town center. And we'll see how everything starts to go. Doc going to be coming up here for Soup as he's just going to continue to build fishing ships. Makes a lot of sense to be going this way. He's still got a handful of villagers on food as well. So going for that heroic age makes a lot of sense as well behind all of this. As a Promethean going to be charging forward. We've got that alluvial clay on the way as well. Nice and quick here. And look at this already from Nulf. Not one, not two, though two will go down. Not three, not four, but 5 oracles going down to 4 because he loses one on this front here. He probably could have valid the oracle to keep it alive and then fight back against the Sphinx, but decides against doing that for the time being. A whole bunch of priests coming out here. And this is the beauty of Kronos, of Atlantean versus Egyptian. In making these Promethean, in making these myth units, your opponent is forced to spend their gold on priests. So you can always, literally always just say, all right, no more Prometheans. They're countered too hard by the priests. I'm going to invest everything into human units. And that's a really good counter. So if the Egyptian player overspends on priests in one way, shape, or form, you can always go a different angle. Nonetheless, Prometheans going to be able to catch out this priest on this position, start bashing that one down. It will end up falling here most likely. Not the best of reactions from Soup as the obelisk goes down. And Soup now sees what's coming for him. But he will have Ancestors Eclipse. Will be very, very useful moving forward. In the main base here, got 3 counter barracks and a military barracks in for Nulf as he's going for a huge spam in this game. Sphinx in the main base, however, as Ancestors Eclipse is definitely on the cards here. Charging forward, villagers just pulling off of the wood line right now. Going to be in the main base. See the priests trying to take out those Prometheans here as well. As the army going to be pulling back. And now he finds himself an oracle over here. Again, Valor is available. This is the best way to defend these oracles if they get caught out. Just Valor and then kill off the Sphinx. That's not a terrible usage ever. That's 100 resources down the drain there. As Valor onto the Terma comes in an attempt to hold this position. The Sphinx still trying to get that kill off there, but it's not going to be going into Nulf's advantage here. Or maybe it will. Ancestors Eclipse getting dropped down. There's that Eclipse going to be boosting up the Sphinx as well as the villagers have to react. Nulf about to lose the citizen over here. He's going after more on this position. Another villager getting taken down. The Sphinx, will it survive? It survives with 1 HP, 2 HP here. As the army, though, trying to push forward. There's too much stuff in the main base for the time being here. As we see another Valor coming in onto this position in an attempt to defend over here. The Promethean, they're a decent counter to these minions, but it's not going to be enough in the main base. We're seeing those minions now pushing over to take out even more villagers. The damage that Soup has gotten with this is absolutely insane. A Scorpion Man, however, does end up getting sniped, and that's going to be huge. Problems, though, for Soup is where to next? He's about to be out of Goldmine. He looks like he's going for a fast mythic behind all of this. A really nice, quick Thoth or Osiris here is going to be really, really useful either way to deal with what's going to be happening. He's obviously scared of deconstruction to come through at some point. But the question is what? And the answer is... Whoop. I thought it was Thoth for a second, but Soup thinks better of it and goes, what if I just get a Son of Osiris out? Then suddenly all these myth units will just get zapped and just be gone. Plus, if you can vomit that mummy special onto those Promethean offspring, you're going to get a lot of minions. The only slight problem, I guess, for Soup at the moment is, well, he has only got 2 monuments. This can actually get deconstructed as well. As Nulf is looking for some pressure here. He's going after the watchtower to try and open up this space. There's no villagers over here. Soup's got some really, really nice defensive villager placement on the bottom of the map here for the time being. As the villager's now going to probably... Nope. He's going for the gold mine. This is incredibly aggressive. The question is, or greedy maybe is the better term for it. The question is, will Nulf spot this or not. There's a Chariot Archers throwing some spears. We'll be able to take out those Chariot Archers. Or the Terminal will throw the spears, take out those Chariot Archers here as he has to pull back. This army is looking very scary for Nulf. But the villagers have managed to sneak themselves onto this gold mine. Nulf not moving down onto that spot, going after the watchtower instead. This is a really critical timing for Soup, as Soup, he needs to be making himself camel riders to deal with those Terma. No more, not a single more Chariot Archer for the moment here, as now the army saying there's got to be something over here. He's checking out the town center. Will he spot the villagers on this gold mine? He's coming around. Does Soup see it? Soup's on the back. He sees the units coming through. The Pharaoh has left on this spot to try and keep it alive, as those Promethean offspring are getting a lot of value here as well. Osiris just about to hit on this position, as that's going to be coming through here. Son of Osiris is now in, but it's not in position just yet. We see them in a mummy coming in to get a little bit of that damage coming in. Villagers getting slapped down as well here, as Nulf has now got to deal with a force to be reckoned with. Those Prometheans getting absolutely obliterated here by that Son of Osiris. They're getting one banged. The Terma, however, with the Promethean offspring, still getting some good damage done, and it looks like Nulf's army gets absolutely disintegrated here. We see a Valor coming in an attempt to take out that mummy as fast as possible, as the Son of Osiris just says, I don't care about take the damage you're dealing to me at the moment. I'm going to erase your army, and that's going to be it. Villagers up to the top side of the map. We do see a handful of units up here to put some pressure on. This is the only thing that Nulf can really do at the moment, is just stop gold. But Soup, he's already researching himself Salt M4. He's going to be getting a huge food income boost here in the market. He can still sell food and wood for a little bit longer. And the closer Soup gets to an army which is decent in this position, which it basically already is, the closer he can just walk onto a gold mine and it's completely fine. As Oracle's going to be retreating back. The gold villagers for Nulf still in the main base, but that gold mine is about to expire here as well. Is the army of Nulf going to clean up this mining camp? Oh my... That's so much damage. I've never thought about this. 64 true damage onto a citizen, 2 hits the citizen. Obviously, it takes quite a few seconds. It's 3 seconds per charge there. But still, you get so much damage. Son of Osiris raids. Are they now meta? I don't know. As Soup going to be returning back onto this position here. We see Hyperion coming through. Hyperion coming through as the army needs to retreat away. Ooh. Don't tell Soup there's 2 citizens here. Wait, does he know? I think he knows. He somehow knows. He knows. As the army of Nulf getting chased back, we'll be able to snipe down a couple of those Chariot Archers for a little bit of return fire. As the villagers for Soup back over onto this gold mine. The differential in civilian unit count is a little bit out of control here, though. 42 citizens to 29, or 42 population to 29. Now, this isn't exactly accurate because there's a lot of fish on the map here. If Soup sends those myth units forward to get some damage onto Nulf's fishing ships, that'll be a very big help for him. But Hyperion about to hit, and then what? I feel like he has to go for like... I want to say he has to go for catapulties. But I don't know. You have to somehow deal with this Son of Osiris. A palace going to be coming up, but the army is already in on this spot, and that's going to be a denied denied palace here as the camel riders charging forward. The Chariot Archers here going to be getting a lot of damage done onto each other. Son of Osiris is just so strong, and Nulf wants none more of it as he says, all right, you got me. GG. Man, Son of Osiris. If you're ever having trouble against mass Prometheans, just go Osiris. That's all you need. Son of Osiris is the key to the Egyptian success here. Really well played here by Nulf, but even better played by Soup on this one, as he's going to be able to move on to the next round now. Hope you guys are having a fantastic time watching this tournament. We'll get into the next stage here as fast as we can. Hope you guys are having the time of your life. Moving on to the next game. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a new you, a new me, a new game. I'm not exactly sure which portion of the series this one's in just yet. I know we're still in the best of 3 stage, so it could be 1-0 for Super FM, it could be 1-0 for Alipesa. It could be 0-0 for all I know. I'm pretty sure they've played 1 game already. Anyways, on the left side of the map, we have Isis here for Super FM on his main god. We'll talk about that a little bit. And his opponent today in the red color playing as Kronos, it is Alipesa. Now, Alipesa, I haven't seen much of him, but he is the strongest Japanese player currently playing Retold. So I'm excited to see him participating in this tournament. The time zone is awful for him. It's currently 1:30 a.m. in Japan for him, as he's going to be trying his best to find a win here against Super FM. Introduce him in Japanese. その辺でいるすごい Age of Mythology 選手は Alipesa-san. There we go. That's all I got. I'm not even sure if that was correct. My Japanese isn't the best. Nonetheless, Super FM, let's talk about him because I know a little bit more about this man. This guy he was the top dog in the vanilla community from around about 2018, I want to say, to 2020, 2021, 2022. I'm not 100% sure. Nonetheless, he only really played Isis back then. And there wasn't many players playing at that point in the game. Vanilla, for those of you who don't know, is the unupgraded, the base version of the Age of Mythology Legacy. Had no Titans. And he is up against the Titan as Alipesa. I think I'm going to call him Alipesa. I think that might be correct. Nonetheless, he's going through Prometheus here, as he's going to be able to get something happening very, very quickly. He's already got himself 1 oracle. He's going up to another oracle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As he is going to be looking for a big amount of favor gain moving forward. Obelisk coming up onto the front. I'm really interested in seeing what Super FM is going to actually go for in this game, because this is I want to go out on a limb and say this is actually quite of a challenging matchup for Isis. Isis definitely has challenges here. Going for a 5-second town center could be an option, but then you're going to be putting yourself into a world of hurt from a 1 town center all inning. Kronos player who's going to be spamming Prometheus at you while you're going to be wanting to build priests and not having the gold. You could also consider deconstructing this tower to open this gold mine up and be able to completely prevent that from getting grabbed. As we see, counter barracks coming down. It's 6 oracles after all is said and done here for our main man, Alipesa. On this position here, he's got that counter barracks up, double counter barracks going in with Termin to kick the game off. And there it is. Oh, it's going to be Bast. Bast for Super FM at the top of the map. He's going to be throwing up a monument to the soldiers here, protecting this forward tower. I like that idea. But then what? Is it just going to be a 1 town center fast heroic into a priest siege? That seems to be a really, really nice idea, because it's going to counter the Prometheans spammage, which Alipesa is going to be going for. And what do you do then? Now, one really smart thing you can do here is just be on cooldown utilizing this Valor. So at least you're spending some favor, but the favor is going to become quite useless moving forward. As the units pushing forward do spot a Sphinx. 1 Terma hero chasing this one down is a really, really big value thing here for Kronos little bit of micro will go a long way. You have to make sure you're firing in a straight line. You can't be going on any sort of angles or anything like that. As Super FM has now got himself up through to the Cryosphinx here, pulling back into the main base. We'll see what's going to happen as the Prometheans are taking down this cheeky little priest who want the Eye of Horus. You're not going to pick that one up? He wants to take the obelisk out first. Okay, fair enough. A couple more barracks coming up here as Super FM is looking to stay in the classical age. And I think this is probably something which Kronos is going to be wanting, which Alipesa is going to be wanting here in this game. Okay, so 2 barracks finally set up and a town center as well behind this. This is a really, really odd way to go about going for this. I think this is playing into the Kronos game plan here. As some Terma poking their head forward here, they can definitely snipe down some of those slingers on the back here. Good micro from both players, however, as it looks like 1 Terma for 1 slinger. Not a terrible trade as the Oracle here going to be retreating back. And Alipesa are going to have to just pull back, regroup, and another temple coming down. As it's time to get the Promethean spam on the way. This is my favorite way to play Kronos right now. Whether you go through Leto, whether you go through Prometheus, it doesn't really matter. I just want to spam out Automatons, Prometheans, and if I can get to the heroic age with a bunch of these out, then I'm able to get a huge amount of value. I actually can't believe it didn't pick. This is a really, really good relic. And now you're giving it over to the Isis, who's already got a population advantage. As now Super FM onto this forward hunt here. Alipesa is giving him a lot of time to kind of sit back and do whatever he wants, which is really not the way you want to go about this. But now he's starting to move forward. He does have a scary army. There's only 2 priests here. And let's be completely honest, there's more than 2 myth units. So you need a lot more priests at this stage. The gold income here is quite high for Super FM at the moment, but he is producing only Sphinx at the moment. As the town center is spotted, Sphinx going to be moving across the map looking for villages to kill, things like that. The Valor still getting kept on that position. They are seeing priests coming through as well now for Super FM as he's going to be realizing what's coming for him. It might be wise for Alipesa to get himself some Murmillo moving forward in this game, but the Promethean are saying it's time to go onto this town center. Can he get this one taken out or not is the big question, as the attack coming forward here decides it's not going to be a fight that he wants to take just yet. Turns around, gets a couple of shots off, losing a Promethean, but that doesn't matter in the end, as a Sphinx coming over onto this spot. Heroizing the Oracle could be a way to go about defending on this position, as the Sphinx is going to be taking down that Oracle. There we go. He's going to be able to do that, as the Sphinx here starting to take some serious damage, and we'll have to retreat away. Nice play there from Alipesa, as he's got himself a huge amount of units now cooking on the front, as we see Prosperity coming down. And here's the thing. I think it's worthwhile to drop a second temple in this situation as Isis, just so you can pump out the priests. I think it's so important. It might be a heroic age angle, however, for Super FM into Spirit of Mart through Nephthys, and then he can start spamming those priests out for really, really cheap. We'll see if that's going to be working out for him or not, but our Kronos player here, he needs to be pressuring this main base. These towers don't really do a whole lot against this army that he's constructed. The army up on this position isn't defending over here, so he could definitely get something happening on this spot, but not going to be going for it just yet. The other option here is go Heroic Age, and this is what I was talking about before, is if you can get Heroic Age with all these myth units, that hidden boost of getting to the next age And these Promethean that have already got themselves 210 HP, suddenly they've got an extra 45 HP to play with, something like that, right? Plus extra damage, so they become even harder to kill. And the priests, they get stronger as well, don't get me wrong, but the damage becomes very, very difficult to deal with. Plus, you also can start making yourself Contarius or Arcus or continuing down the Terma track or whatever you really want. But Superfim is kind of, again, he's getting what he wants. He's getting farms set up. He's got the Scorpion Man. He's in the Heroic Age. So he's also getting that Myth unit boost. And he has been building Myth units. He's got himself 3 Sphinx out. Very, very strong. Scorpion Man out. Ancestor Eclipse is going to be a huge amount of Myth units to boot. As an Oracle on this spot does get spotted. And the fight is really going to come down to who micros the best. As there's also another upgrade here that's super important in Nebty, which gives another little bit of a boost to killing them off Myth units. But now, Alipesa says it's time to go. Migdol Stronghold coming up onto this position. He's got that monument to the priest in, so no deconstruction available for the time being here. Alipesa says, not today. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. I don't know what the play is right now for him. He's still pumping out those Prometheans. He's using that Valor to push forward. As he says, it's time to fight right now. He's got an insane army. Ancestor Eclipse coming through. Chaos is available here. You can Chaos and run away if you really want to. As Alipesa trying to get that damage done. He's taking out the Myth units really quickly with his own Myth units as well. Still no Chaos to get dropped down. As Superfim is going to break through and he's going to be able to absolutely dismantle this army. There's the Chaos getting dropped down onto the minions and everything else. As the army there of Superfim is starting to get absolutely demolished. All those minions getting cleaned up. And Alipesa is going to be back on the front march here. But can he make anything happen? He's now starting to make some Murmillo for the time being. No gold left into the main base. Villagers up into the top position to grab that wood over here as the Oracle hero checking things out. But he's still got to make something happen here. He's defended the Ancestor's Eclipse. He uses his Chaos. He's got 0 favor in the bank because he's continuing to build those Myth units. So a secondary Chaos might be available. I'm not sure it's going to be available here for him in the next couple of minutes with the Chaos being at 60 favor. And he's got to wait 2 minutes as well for him to make that happen as he decides now is the time to charge forward. Scorpion Man on the front. Priests getting huge amounts of damage done. Villagers coming through here. We're seeing those Satyr getting a huge amount of damage done. The Camel Riders onto the back here, charging forward as the Promethean offspring going to be trying to take out the villagers on this position as well. Satyr getting a huge amount of damage done from behind here as the priest numbers are starting to dwindle. The Promethean numbers still absolutely gigantic moving forward here. Pharaoh on the back still alive, getting some good damage done. We're going to be seeing that Scorpion Man going down very quickly. The numbers of military units are through the roof right now for Alipesa as Superfim in full retreat. The Pharaoh going to be getting taken down as well on the back as those Terma charging forward to take down the Chariot Archers back there. Migdol Stronghold going to be getting cleaned up here incredibly soon. Villagers trying to get into Shankdown, but too little too late as the Migdol falls. And Superfim right now looks like he might be on the edge of his game here as Alipesa going to be able to clean up the Scorpion Man with his own Myth units. He's still got more stuff. He's got enough for another Chaos moving forward in this game. I think he should just continue to be spamming out Myth units here because there's no gold remaining for Superfim. There's no way to defend against all these Myth units. We've even got a Kara Ballista coming in to help out. Going to be heroizing that one, going after the town center on this position. We've also got the villagers. Well, hello there. Missed a couple of villagers on that spot, but doesn't matter as Alipesa says, I want to take this town center out. I'm going to kick you out of this game as fast as I possibly can. Terma coming through to try and take out the priests on the back position here. Town center getting taken out there to boot as well. I mean, he sees the villagers on this position. He's going to be sending a couple of units down there. It looks like Superfim is getting a little bit of favor income moving forward here As the house is getting cleaned up on this position, the Caraballists are rolling forward to get a little bit of stuff done. But, I mean, this main base is the next port of call, and Alipesa is just still going here. Going to be taking out the monument on that spot there, as the Term are getting some good damage done as well. Scorpion Men coming through for Super FM, but I mean, Alipesa still has to be a little bit careful with his army. It's kind of bugging out if he's trying to retreat here. Meanwhile, over on this position, still getting that gold income to make just a little bit of stuff, as the Scorpion on the back here still getting away with a lot of damage. No heroes here to help out, but it doesn't matter as it's going to be getting cleaned up, and Alipesa says, all right, going to have to just retreat ever so slightly. He sees the villagers on this position as well. With the Oracle, he's got to be looking at that mini-map moving forward. Terma going to be splitting off here to move up to that position. He can split off the Promethean offspring as well to get over there, just sending a handful of units onto that spot for the time being. Citizens now going to be shanking down onto this left spot here as well. The Obelisk will be checking this one out. You just have to just sack your map presence here and get over there and get those kills. But the villagers, they have all decided to retreat back for the time being. Villagers coming over here, they're going to be shanking this one down. I'm not sure what Alipesa is thinking here. This is free kills here for his army to take out. The villagers will be pulling back into the main base, and Super FM will get a little bit more of an opportunity here to be making some stuff happen. Obviously here, our Kronos player can drop a town center, he can get more upgrades, he can spam more units, he's still got another chaos available for himself. We see the army coming over onto this left side, maybe going to be attempting to drop another Migdol stronghold down to protect this position, but it's not going to be happening. It looks like as the villagers here retreating back, houses getting cleaned up on this spot as well, as Alipesa is going to be giving gold back over yet again for Super FM. And, I mean, his army is just so obscenely strong here. I want to see him get heavy upgrades as well, but he's not got line of sight on this spot. He's now putting a wall up over here to make sure that gold mine gets prevented. The army going to be moving onto the left side of the map here to support. A lot of priests have come out, but there's just so many units, and there's still another chaos available. This is the problem. Nepti comes through. That's huge. But a chaos onto this army here is going to be even bigger. A lot of villagers now moving over onto this position, and Alipesa says it's time to fight here, as no chaos just yet going to be coming in. There it goes, as the term are trying to target down that back line. The army on the front here is going to absolutely melt in this game, as what else can Super FM do but sit back and watch his units die? The pressure from Alipesa too strong here, as he's able to claim a victory against Super FM. Insanely powerful game here. Well executed strategy, well constructed, and Super FM just did not read it. He reacted way too late. He clicks that prosperity, goes to the heroic age, doesn't have enough priests out to deal with all of those Prometheans, and just cannot hold in this game. Well played here by Alipesa. I'm not 100% sure if this is 1-1 right now, 2-0 right now for Alipesa, or what. So we'll see if we can get into the next game, or exactly what's going on in this series, and try and work it out for you guys. Stick with me. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a new game, a new you, a new me. We're jumping around here. Unfortunately, I could not get into the conclusion of Super FM versus Alipesa. It turns out that was a 1-1 affair at that point, so they were going into a decider for the best of threes. Nonetheless, we're going to move into a new game here, a new you, a new me, and we're just going to be rolling with the punches moving through today's proceedings. We're on the map Land Unknown, and it's about to be exciting. In the right hand side of the map, we've got Matrius playing as Uranus. In the left hand side of the map, we've got Killuminati playing as Set. And look at this beauty. absolute beauty of a map, as the priests and the villagers started to get a little bit excited about what's happening early on here. Both players are just like, if you want to shank, I'll shank. No worries. I don't mind. I don't mind a little bit of shanking in this game. As the priest is going to be moving forward. You've got to be careful here with the oracle. That can get converted into hero, and then more shanking can get going as the priest is going to come forward in an attempt to start converting over some of those hippopotamus. Killuminati says, get all the way back to your main base. I've never... Okay, bit of a shockwave. The villager coming through. Where's the priest to heal? Okay, it's gonna just turn and shank. Okay, it's not close. Okay, both players are out. No worries. All right, everybody stay calm. This game is absolutely insane already. Both these players do not care about build orders. They're saying it's worth it. People said, Age Mythology cleaning up the early archaic age so no silly shenanigans can occur is a terrible thing. But turns out the silly shenanigans are here, and they're here to stay, as some priests over here coming in, dropping a big fat obelisk on this location, can start grabbing those rhinoceros and all the other stuff. Already Oceanus coming through as well for Matrius, as the next age are going to be coming in fairly shortly here for Killuminati. He doesn't have a temple down just yet, as he's going to have to bring that pharaoh over to start empowering this one up. But let's talk about this map. This map is land unknown, and we get ourselves a really, really defensive one whole land unknown. I love this. This is, for me, the type of map that is amazing, just on the fact that it's so different from every other map. If you want to use shifting sand shenanigans to get around, sky passages, sneaky sky passages to get past this center, but all the fighting is going to be ending up in this center of the map, and I'm excited to see how this is all going to go, as the Oracle going to be finding some goats over here. We see Harmonia's necklace here, plus 10% of base on that one there. Lots of really good relics. We've got that adamantine shingles as well over onto this position. Bridle of Pegasus. Up here we've also got that Gungnir Odin spear as well, and Killuminati says, I don't care about anything here that is efficient or right in this world. I'm going to grab all my villagers and say, stay away from me, Matrius. You're not going to be able to get a citizen onto my side of the map. You're not going to be able to get a sky passage onto my side of the map unless you break down this wall. And behind all of this, we're seeing Anubis. So he's not even going for shifting sands because he doesn't need to. I don't know if this is going to work out or not for Killuminati, but it's going to be exciting nonetheless. As in the main base here for Matrix, he's just opening up with a couple of military buildings and a couple of pressure units here to start breaking this down. Another wall coming up onto the back. A whole bunch of barracks now coming through for Killuminati to start pumping those units out. In the main base here for Killuminati, just the one monument for the time being here. But the walls will be up nonetheless. And the villagers here, how long do they have? It takes a long time to break down a wall if your name is a termer. There's only 3 termers here. That's it. Wall's going to go down nonetheless. That wall's also going to come back up here, as Killuminati is just going to continuously put these walls back up. He is a tenacious player in the fact that he's never going to give up. He's never going to surrender until he knows he's lost 100% of the way. And he's always going to be looking for the slightest little bits of edges in terms of building placement, wall placement, and everything else that comes through. Matrius is a completely different player. He's much more fundamentally based. There's another shockwave coming down. Going to be attempting to pick off a villager. He does get one villager kill as the Anubite charges forward. A couple of hero units are already in. Does he get another villager? Answer is no, he doesn't. Great heal there from Killuminati to keep that one alive. But the walls weren't finished up, and this means that now Killuminati's base is going to be open to the Atlantean units. Another good idea here for Matris would be to sneak a villager in nice and early into this corner here for a sky passage or something so he doesn't get caught out. Slinger's now starting to come through for Killuminati. He's got a little bit of a challenging position to be in for the time being. eating food underneath this town center here. Lots and lots of units already through for Matrius, though. As the slingers, they can get sniped down so quickly. You have to have like a massive units out already. These Anubites are going to be big, though. Tries to dodge those arrows, does so in a good way. Keeping that Anubite alive with a very small amount of HP left there. He's got the priest in to heal up, but losing a barracks is going to be hurting on the production situation here as Matrius is trying to push around to the side. You have to remember he's got that Caladria, so any sort of arrow fire he sustains in the early stages of the game here isn't going to matter all too much. Whoop. Be careful with that Anubite! Okay, never mind. He's out. He's out of here. Matrius claims the kill. The gold mine on the front is the big problem here, though, for Killuminati to deal with. And sooner or later, and I mean sooner rather than later, this shockwave is going to be up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Matrius just go ahead, walk forward here, shockwave the villagers into his army, and then just kill off a whole bunch more. 30 favor might seem like a lot, but on a map like this, you can get yourself 10 oracles out that are just untouchable. So it's going to be a lot of favor coming through for Matrius whenever he wants to make that happen. It's absolutely true. He could just walk up onto this gold mine over here. This gold mine's very, very safe. If he wants to. It's far away, though. That's the problem. Does he know about it? No. Scouting has not been that successful in this one. As Matrius decides to back off for some reason, we see another mana coming through. I still haven't seen Matrius going for any sort of movement onto the left side of the map for a sky passage or any sort of cheeky shenanigans. Wall's going to be coming back up. As soon as you give Killuminati an inch, he's going to take it. You can't take the foot off the pedal when it comes to playing against a player who's this on top of his gameplay. He's so good at getting these walls up and making your life very, very miserable. I'm also surprised to see Matrius not putting walls up here as well, because it seems like that would be a great, great way to prevent this classical army the Killuminati is going for from becoming a problem here. One more barracks will be coming through. Second town center is up for Matrius, so he's going to be booming up a storm moving forward into this game. We are seeing Bite of the Shark on the way. Medium range soldiers. We've got the copper weapons coming through as well. As the army for Killuminati just poking its head in. There is still access to this God Power Plague of Serpents. Is he going to be using it or not is the big question. Shockwave coming down. There's the Plague of Serpents getting dropped down. Is it going to be enough? As the slingers, they need to be focusing down those Terma. There's no Axemen on this fight here. Or there are a couple of Axemen, excuse me, but they're not targeting down those Murmillo here. As it looks to me like Killuminati has to pull back, and Matrius is going to get himself an even bigger advantage cooking up here. Is the army going to be retreating back from Matrius for the time being? Killuminati in this main base here, going to be pumping out Axemen and everything else. Finally, he needs those. He absolutely does. The other problem is with only the one monument, or the two monuments now, building up a mass of Anubites, which is really, really useful against an Atlantean, especially an Atlantean who's gone through Oceanus, is really, really challenging when you've lost 2 or 3 already. As the village is going to be moving around onto this gold mine. I like that movement because, like, what does Matrius know about this side of the map? Nothing. He's got no idea what's behind here. Obviously, he knows on his side of the map what the map is. And to some degree, these maps, they're mirrored in terms of both players get a fair amount of resources. So if you see yourself have 5 gold mines on your side of the map, there's going to be 5 gold mines on the other side of the map. Where they're going to be is a little bit random. Now, the Caladria, they can go and scout. They can go and find this out if they need to. As, it looks like he spots this. Anyways. Hyperion is going to be on the way. Clairvoyance is coming through pretty quickly. There's still a Carnivora available in this position as well. As Killuminati going to just try and pump out all the units he possibly can, as Matrius is just slowly but surely pushing his way into a dominating position here. The question is, what do you go for following this? Do you do a tech switch into... I think you actually do. You tech switch into Contarius here. Idea being that your opponent's got Slinger, Axeman, and the Contarius just clean everything. Another option is to go into Arcus and try and space the Slingers, but it's a little bit more challenging. As Killuminati does see a little cheeky vision on this spot. Sky Passage is spotted, but there's no worrying Sky Passage just yet. Killuminati's trying to mass up an army here, but I mean, Curse is just so good against this army. All of these units fight themselves. I think what you want to do here is use, like, I don't know, box formation or something, and then at least then maybe your units won't target down themselves. And rather the Slingers target the Axemen and the Axemen target the Slingers. That's what you want. As now the army coming through, they will see a little cheeky wall up. This wall is not just completed just yet, and it looks like Matrius is going to be able to get through here. As the Contarius is going to start getting a couple of pokes away onto this position. Villagers going to start getting shanked down. We see the wall coming broken down onto this spot as well, as Killuminati desperately going to throw this up, but he has to bring his units over here, which does mean Chaos is going to be on the table here. Murmillo charging forward. He can Chaos these Axemen on the front here if he wants to, or he can Chaos on the back on those Slingers. Whatever he feels like is going to be really, really big, but the Axemen have got a great fight to come through. We see the Carnivora in, however, as these units are just absolutely huge on this position. He decides to hit that Chaos, as all of the Axemen seemingly falling over here, and now Killuminati has to retreat back into his main base, as all the units on this position here look like that's going to be enough for him there. Killuminati going to attempt to get that segment through. I mean, in a way, late game favors set. If he can somehow manage to keep himself alive here in this game, he's got resources all the way up to this top side. So a little bit of what a lot of the Age mythology like to call cockroaching could be a way to go here. It's not a terrible trade route from the top corner either, so long as he can kind of survive here. But the Contarius, heavy. The Murmillo, heavy. The Shockwave coming through, and it looks like Matrius is going to storm forward to a very, very dominant Game 1 win in this series here. Really, really solid play here from Matrius. The start of this game was just hilarious. I think Killuminati, if he got this wall up a little bit earlier and gets some units out, maybe going through Tar here makes a little bit more of a sense given how closed off it is. And then you can go for some sort of a shifting sands play. Fast second town center up to this position would have been nice, which blocks up to this gold mine here, but not scouting that was at the detriment for Killuminati here to make a good decision about that. But really well played from Matrius here. We'll see if we can get into game number 2. Make sure you guys stick around and we'll get the next game going very, very shortly. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving swiftly along here, sporting on the left side of the map in the blue color playing as Ra. His name is Matrius. His opponent today in the red color playing as Zeus. His name is Killuminati. The map is Midgard. Let's see how this is all going to be kicking off, ladies and gentlemen. An insanely exciting map. I love this map just on the fact that it's not one thing. You've got water, you've got land, you've got strategy, you've got cheese, you've got mechanics, you've got multitasking. It's all here. This map is really, really technical. And I would argue that for I think most people would say that it's a map where the player who has got the most skill generally comes out on top. It's really hard to find wins against players who are insane at this game. And then when you get two players who are both competing at the highest levels on this map, it's just non-stop action. Non-stop action. Absolutely crazy. Nonetheless, over on this side, we've got the Matus Doc coming up. He's got a fantastic back gold mine. If we take a quick look at the map, I was trying to work this out in the pre-game lobby. Exactly what makes Ra a pickable god on this map for Matus? What's the idea here? I think the challenge is dealing with a sort of Athena or even a Hermes, but an Athena Dionysus power spike of Zeus on your second gold mine. So you have to get ahead of that somehow. So the question is, do you go for a classical fight here on the land such that you can be the one putting the pressure on and forcing the Zeus player away from going for cavalry? And maybe you can then also say sack the water against all of those Hydra because it's very difficult to deal with those. Though then again, maybe there's another route where you get yourself up 2-3 monuments and then you go Heroic Age and then you make a whole bunch of Leviathan to defend against the Skylar. I mean, I just don't know. This is one of those, this is just a civ or a god I would personally never think to pick on this map. I'm excited to see what Matus can come up with here. Killuminati, on the other hand, I've already kind of given it away. The strong strat here for Zeus, for Greek, is some sort of fast heroic into some sort of gold stuff. With bronze, with a whole bunch of Hippias, maybe Prodromus as well, depending on what your opponent's making. Really, really good. Alternatively, you can go for a Hoplite Toxodia as well, and go for a rush on the mainland as well. That's not a terrible idea either. But a nice and fast temple coming through for Killuminati. He's got 2 docks up already. He's going to be going to the next age relatively soon. A little bit short on the food for the moment here, as it looks like Matus is probably going to be able to advance first. Monument to the Villages is going to be coming down. Going to be able to empower that and hit everything in the early stages of the game. And we see Bast is they've got a choice here for Matus. Athena, no real surprises for Killuminati, though to some degree, I think a lot of players undervalue Hermes at the moment, just on the fact that the Centaur is pretty weak. But the Centaur is only one aspect of Hermes. Hermes also has Spirited Charge, also has Ceasefire, and also has the Winged Messenger, which I think is a really, really good technology to get out that free Pegasus and all the other good stuff. Nonetheless, more docks going to be coming out as the players will probably keep building fishing ships moving into the classical age here, just trying to secure all of these fishing spots. Looks like Killuminati gets arguably unlucky to some degree as he's chosen to go to the left side of the map first. One thing that I recommend for every player to do on this map is to be scouting with your fishing ships, not taking any guesses in terms of the early game. That way you're never going to find yourself in a difficult position there. Minotaur is now out. And then where to next here for Killuminati? Still building those fishing ships out. We see a very, very quick Heracles out to deal with potential Sphinx or anything like that. A barracks is ending up coming through here for Matus as another monument is on the way. And I think this is the point. The point is that with Ra, if you get 2-3 monuments out and then go Heroic Age, you're going to get Leviathan, which should be able to deal with those Skylar. So long as you have the favor income to deal with the mass Skylar and you don't let the Skylar get too many heads, you should be able to defend yourself. A couple more docks going to come up onto this spot as the Sphinx comes around onto the bottom side of the map. Going to look for a couple of villager kills over here as some houses are going to be coming through. House onto the bottom position as well. And can that Sphinx find its way in and get some value. You can't. This is just going to be a bolt, right? This is going to be too much damage. Sphinx comes through, gets a bit of attacks here. Killuminati retreats away. Still no bolt though. Where's the hero? The hero is coming in. It's pretty close in. This villager looks like it has been caught out. Killuminati going to be dropping a wall down. The guy's a madman. Oh, he can't quite get it. As the Sphinx gets away with 35 HP. That was so close. That was so close. But there is a Kotoska boss here. A little bit of the bait and switch as he does manage to finish that one off. Let's go. Who needs a speedy Achilles or Atalanta when you've got a Kotoska boss to body block? As the Heracles comes through, can actually take this fight. The Heracles packs an absolute punch. So much HP, can take out one of those axemen here. We'll see. Oh, Matus is going to be doing the micro there as Killuminati decides to pull back in that moment. That's an armor. He's going to be coming through. Next stage is going to be on the way very, very shortly. As it looks like Matus is just trying to get the pressure. He wants to put pressure on. He's not going to the next age. Killuminati here is getting himself up a military barracks. Dionysus has got a choice. No surprises there. The gold and the food is in. We see an attempt at a ghost building there, but a little bit too late on that one. Watchtowers is through. Is the army going to get pushed back? And the plan here, so to speak, for Matus is absolutely crystal clear. He wants to go for a gold staff. I don't think he's going to be going to the next age anytime soon. So these Skylar are going to wreak havoc on Matus's fish moving forward. As the Axemen moving off to the left side of the map here. A couple of units still hanging out on this spot looking for things to kill off. Still more units slowly starting to push forward. Barracks coming up on this spot for Matus as well, going up to 3. So he's clearly not wanting to go to the next age. Just pump city here. Archery range coming down as well for Killuminati. So we can actually go into Hoplite or Hypaspist actually. Hypaspist Peltast at the moment. Peltast, Toxote, whatever he feels like. And then he's not going to spend any gold. Well, not any. He's not going to spend no gold, but he's not going to spend much gold. Makes a lot of sense. He's going to be getting himself that Persine upgrade, copper weapons, copper armor coming through, as well as Sarissa on the way. And where is the Skylar at right now? So the Skylar is going to immediately start moving up to the right side of the map here. So the military academy coming down. The Hypaspist slowly starting to come through. Archery range, military academy, all the good stuff is on the way. As the Skylar here packing a punch, going to be getting that damage done. The best thing here for Matus to do is to be getting those fishing ships garrisoned as fast as possible. Killuminati here doesn't really care about getting fishing ship kills. It's just getting damage done. He needs to get heads onto those Skylar. And I think you look at the favor that Matus has got now. That's a lot of favor. That's a lot of Leviathan. That's a lot of pain coming. As the Skylar comes forward onto this spot, going to be able to take out some more fishing ships and work towards a secondary head there. And now the damage is going to come through in a big way. Matus reacts a little bit too slowly on that one. But 2 heads is better than 1 in terms of DPS. He's got to keep on going for that damage as the Hypaspist are in. The Peltast are in. Killuminati still got a little bit of gold left in this main base as now Matus says time for a second town center. And the Hydra going to be swinging up through onto this spot. We see a whole bunch of gold in the bank. So it could be like 3 Leviathans to come through very, very quickly here. Will we see them or not? Yes, we will. Leviathan number 1. You have to... I don't really know exactly how it works. A bolt onto the Leviathan wouldn't be a terrible idea here either. As the Hydra comes forward, we'll take this fight to kick this one off. The other Leviathan going to be charging in. As we see the units charging in onto the main base, there's the bronze getting dropped down. Hypaspist absolutely dominate this fight as the town center gets denied. The Leviathan on that water did end up going down as the Heracles coming around onto the back side here. Units charging back to defend onto this position onto the back there, but Scarab gets taken down, and now the bronze here for Killuminati is in, and he can apply so much pressure onto Matus. Matus with 0 gold in the bank for the time being. The scout on this spot just making sure he's spotting everything over here. Checking out on this gold mine. He's got a cow there to just check that out as well. As the buildings in the main base are now going to be getting a lot of damage onto them with that bonus from the infantry. But bronze is now done. And now Matus can start thinking about the next point in this game. The problem is he's been spotted. Matus can move, not Matus, but Killuminati can move his army from one side to the other. He could also just go for the main town center here if he so chooses. As units on this spot, they are trying to get a little bit of damage done. Killuminati dealing with that nicely. As the village is a little bit idle, need to get onto this spot. A couple of barracks going to come up as well. Barracks units do not cut it in the slightest against this sort of shenanigans here. As Leviathan's now pushing forward to get a couple of fishing ship kills. This could be a way back into this game here for Matus, but he doesn't even want to try it. The game's over. Killuminati, an absolutely dominating performance here in game number 2, leveling the series 1-1. Killuminati. This is sort of an upset in a way. We'll see if Killuminati can make it through in the next game here against Matus. Matus could not make it work with the Ra on this map. He managed to defend the Skylar shenanigans, but in going for this barracks army, Killuminati figures out the defense of this immediately. It's like not even a problem for him. Hapaspist Peltast, really smart. We'll move on to the next game really shortly. Hope you guys are having a fantastic time hanging out. Let's check out this post game as well. Look at those resources here. That's favor. I wanted all resources. Bam. Killuminati just going to the stratosphere. We'll get into the next game. Stick with me and we'll make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is my absolute pleasure to bring you game number 3. It's all happening, ladies and gentlemen, in the right side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Matus. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Freyr. His name is Killuminati. And this is kind of what I was expecting to see here, in all honesty, from Killuminati. I was expecting to see the Freyr pick here. Oh, my scoreboard is having some issues right now. Let me try again. There we go. Everything is coming through eventually. It's fine. It's going to be working itself out. So it's 1-1. It's best of 5s here, I believe. I think someone in the chat might be able to help me out. I think we're in best of 5 territories here. This is the decider. If you win this game, you go on to the second day of this tournament. If you lose this one, then you're out of the qualifier for this day. So this is where everything really does end up mattering. So Killuminati here, picking this Freyr. I've seen this god do really, really well versus Poseidon and also really, really poorly versus Poseidon as well. But this is Matus we're talking about here. This is the king of Poseidon. If anybody can pilot this god to a high level, it's Matus. So we'll see what he's going to be able to come up with here. I'm excited to see Matus go for something that's not named Hermes, but we're still going to see Hermes. I'm going to keep suggesting that Poseidon players should go for Ares until I see it happen and it get absolutely dominated on. Until I see that moment, I'm going to keep saying it just because I want to see it more often than not. I mean, I don't know how much these guys like train or like limit test or theory craft strategies that are off meta to see how good they actually are. Oftentimes we just see players go into a style as their like main thing. It's more so like I prefer playing this style rather than anything else. As the Theseus is going to be moving forward, looking for a relic here. It is the Oseberg Wagon, a pretty high quality relic to kick the start of this game off, but he's going to be carrying that one straight in to Killuminati's base. He wants to put that early pressure on. We've got the temple up already. Walls are placed down onto this gold mine over here. This is a really, really nice position to be for Killuminati. As the villagers all going to get pulled back. We see the Theseus charging forward here as well. Town center going to be getting a couple of pot shots off, as the wall coming up here for Killuminati will make that Theseus have to just kind of wait here. I love this early play from Killuminati. Matus, he will be able to move through this bottom position if he so chooses, but a Herser will be out very, very shortly, very fast. Watchtower is going to come through as well here for our Frere player, as the Berserk can just rebuild this one back up. Going to put some more walls up. The Centaur charges forward. The villagers are just going to be retreating back into the town center, and over onto the berries they do go. As Atalanta also going to be coming forward, and we see an archery range and a stable here. Matus is wanting to stay in the classical age and put a lot of pressure on. As the Atalanta now going to be bringing itself over here, sees the villagers on these chickens. Killuminati got to react quickly. Does manage to keep all of his villagers alive. One very low HP villager here, almost going to go down, and it does end up getting sniped. A huge find there for Matus. That basically pays off that super early advance. And not only that, there's also been a lot of idle time caused here as some more walls are going to come up. And we'll see if Killuminati can manage to make this work. A Great Hall going to get slapped down to kick this one off. The Herser over here starting to get bashed away here as well, as this Herser is just like, what are you trying to do here? Does garrison to that tower. Wall going to get sniped down. Herser retreats back. Theseus still getting some pressure over here as now the watchtowers is in. Villagers pulling back going to attempt to get over onto this position. There is this Killuminati Draugr over here. An attempt to try and hold as the Herser almost gets in to take that one out. Villagers coming back over here to jump onto the berry bushes. The Herser ends up getting sniped down. Villagers here going to pull back. Jump into the town center. He's still taken so much damage. He's just got to jump onto pigs at this point, I think. And there he goes. Does decide to do so. Lots and lots of gold in the bank now, however, for Killuminati. As these towers are going to start getting bashed away. Longhouse going to be coming in. And the Draugr unleashes a little bit of pain over onto this position. Meanwhile, Matus is still just trying to find a little something to do here in this game with his units. And Killuminati is now deciding to drop down that Asgardian hill fort on this position. I like this move. The Berserk, however, has not been tasked to actually build the fort, as the Draugr will end up actually getting sniped down there. Villagers still kind of getting caught out of position. Killuminati is having a very, very rough time of it here, as the units for Matus, he's searching around. Will he be able to spot this or not is the big question. He has no idea it's going up. The walls are all up on this spot. This is a very, very dangerous move from Killuminati. Even if he breaks this wall down, he might not spot this, because he might want to just break this one down as well. It's going to be close, though. It's in such a risky position. We'll see if he spots it or not as the wall gets broken down. Are there going to be any units over here or not? As the Hippias, they do spot it, and that's going to be a dead Asgardian hill fort and a sad Killuminati as the Berserk makes a run for it. Killuminati now getting up an armory as well. Wall's coming up over here. He's desperately just trying to defend himself. Couple more Herser are going to be coming through as the armory is going to be getting finished up. We see another house coming through for Killuminati as well. Armory up on this position. What's he got? Copper mail, copper shields. Got a cheeky little market coming through to boot here. And can Matrius just end the game here is the big question. It's looking like he's going to be in a position to be able to do so. Market coming up. It's going to get torn down pretty quickly. This is an important building here for Killuminati as well, because if he loses this, then he's not going to be able to trade, because there's no way for him to get onto another gold mine moving forward. Plus all of the villagers on this spot, Killuminati might need to take a fight. Now he does have that Gullen Bursty, so that can be an option for him moving forward. As the army getting pushed back, we will be seeing the Atalanta getting taken down over here. There's so many units in, though, for Matrius pushing forward. Villagers trying to repair the market up, and they decide it's time to retreat away as the unit's still charging forward. Gullenbursty's still in the back pocket for Killuminati. He's not going to be wanting to use it, trying to just bait Matrius into this base of his so he can get a big amount of damage with that shockwave. But already we're seeing Matrius say, I'm so far in front, let me grab a second town center. I love that decision here. Gets the second town center. He's going to get even more economy and get into a position that he just can't lose this game. Matrius still poking in beautifully. He's controlling those Toxotes so nicely. The Hippias as well. There's just not that many units here for Killuminati moving forward, as the Revenant Draugr now through favor-wise. There's 22 favor here, so he can get a couple of these ones out. And I don't think I'd ever count a Frere player out of a game until he's completely gold-starved. He's going to be able to get out so many of these bad boys. Lots and lots of units are actually queued up in these buildings as well. It takes a while for them to come through. And that's going to be a bit of a help for him. I think we see over here that maybe Killuminati has spotted this town center. Let's have a quick look. He does notice that that's up as the unit's now charging in onto the top position, getting even more raids. This is Matrius in his element. He's got two groups of raiders getting pot shots on the left side, taking villagers out on the right side, but it looks like he may have stretched himself that little bit too thin here, as the Draugr going to come through as well, gets that special ability off to get a little bit more damage in. The raiding cavalry able to finish off those Toxotes, and now the villagers can come over and grab this hunt. But following this up, Matrius can just go to the next age. Go to the next age, get himself some Haspist or something to deal with all of these really, really strong Herbmen, which Killuminati's got. Also get himself access to that third age Greek hero, Hippolyta. Ranged hero that can take out those Draugr a little bit easier. Over here we see a little attempt at some cheeky barracks to get up and get some raids in, because this is exactly what Killuminati needs to do. He needs to get something happening here. He's building some more berserks out onto this spot to try and do something. The Hersa will get spotted here. But whether or not Matrius is going to notice that or not, there's a little couple of red dots up onto these spots. Whether he's going to notice it or not remains to be seen. As Berserk's coming through now, they're going to start getting a little bit of a raid over onto this side. This is going to send those units all the way up there to defend. There's still no age up coming through for Matrius. And this move here from Killuminati is absolutely huge. Side builds are so effective as he picks off one villager and causes a lot of idle time. The army here into the main base for Killuminati still massing up. He's got the gold mine secured here. We see a longhouse is up and the villagers have to get pulled off. Shanking down a longhouse? That's so many lost resources, and Killuminati now going to start building himself some berserks over here as the villagers turn around to start shanking onto this position as well. Villagers coming through, going to snipe one of them down. Got that centaur, going to be cleaning up the medium berserks and also taking that position down. A couple of units actually coming over here to help out as the berserk's going to pop out here to try and take out a couple of villagers as well. If he picks off a couple, like 2-3 of these villagers, it's absolutely worth it. He's already caused so much idle time on this position. It's now the army for Killuminati starting to move out into the map. He can go for a second town center. He can go for the heroic age. He can keep putting up side builds all over the place and keep getting these raids in. And now all of a sudden, from nowhere, Killuminati has managed to get Matrius on the back foot. Now, Matus is still completely fine here. He's still got the villager lead in a big way. But these sorts of raids give so much time over to the Frere player. And that's what the Frere player needs. It's time. That's it. If you give them enough time to get themselves into a position where they get themselves access to A gear, access to Vidar. And look at those Draugr just absolutely carving through that Toxote there. They were like machine guns. Look at them. They shoot so quickly. Nonetheless, we're going to see some more Berserks coming through here. A couple more. Great haul as well up onto this position here. As Killuminati needs to be a little bit careful walking forward here. He's walking straight into these units. The Draugr can get targeted down as well, as it looks like Matrius here. He's a bit slow to get the heroes onto the back, but eventually does manage to do so. Killuminati tries to pull them back, tries to get as much damage done as he possibly can, but he loses his entire army on that engagement here. Aphrodite also coming through, and Matrius is now back in the driver's seat. He's dealt with the annoying side builds for the time being. The army here, the population for Killuminati is so low moving forward. Killuminati has managed to click up through A gear though. Still got a lot of catching up to do, as there's going to be immediately heavy upgrades to come in for Matrius moving forward. As the villagers on this spot getting caught out, going to lose all of those. That's absolutely huge. And now the gold mine over here is also going to be a port of call, or a port of problems for Killuminati, as he's got no units left. Throwing down some more buildings in his main base to try and get some units out. He's got a couple of farms up, but no food remaining on this position. Herso gets taken down. That was holding Svadalfari's sledge there, which would have helped to get some cheap hill forts up. Nonetheless, the villagers getting pushed off of this gold mine, and Matrius pushing into a really, really strong position here. We see the Gullimbursty coming through in an effort to hold here, but this is going to be Matrius saying, I'm just going to clean this up. I don't want to retreat away from this. We see a wall coming up to try and trap the units in here. He's going to manage to be able to do that. Finish that one off, I should say, as the Toxotes clean that up. More villagers on this position going to be going down. Aegir about to come through, which will be Tempest, but will this be enough? As meanwhile, on this top position, we do see some Berserks trying to charge through onto this position, but a Pacifist is in with an Emian line. That's going to be more than enough to hold on that position. The Tempest is strong, but it's not going to be enough to kill all these units by itself. A Rock Giant over here going to taunt in that Hippias there before taking it out. As the Berserks all getting cleaned up, and it looks like after all is said and done, Matrius manages to hold on that spot. The wall's attempting to come through here as well for Killuminati before he starts to put some more pressure onto that position. But this is a absolute mountain to climb for Killuminati moving forward in this series. It's a Rock Giant. Oh, little cheeky jukes there from the Theseus. I don't know why he's not killing that one off, but it does look like at this point Killuminati has managed to hold this gold mine for the time being. Gonna have to clean up all these walls. He's going for a third town center. It's 3 town centers to 1 town center at this point. Matrius is up over doubled the villagers. 30 villagers to 82. The advantage right now is extreme. No amount of half-price technologies can get Killuminati back into an economic equality here in this game. Back to economic equality. So he has to figure out something else to do in order to fight back from this position. Beyond all of this, Matrius can drop himself a fortress, which I believe he already has, which is going up now, up onto this position here. And then he can just go for the Mythic Age through Artemis, and a big Earthquake will be enough to force Killuminati out of this game. Plus no gold income here for Killuminati at this point. Behind all of this is absolutely brutal. It's an absolutely brutal position to be in. As the house is getting cleaned up over here as well. Unit's going to be taking all these Deuterinos out. And in that position there, Killuminati does tap out, and Matrius now races towards a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 series. I mean, this was a really, really dominating opening from Matrius. He just shows how good you can be with just pressure. putting Killuminati under all this pressure. He was trying to set these walls up, trying to prevent any of that pressure from coming in. I think maybe if he went for the wall here first, rather than this one, and then maybe tried to secure something else on this position as well, it could have been a little bit less of a problem to deal with. But in the end of the day, Matus are too strong in this one, and we'll move into game number 4 very, very shortly. Hope you guys are having a fantastic time hanging out with me, and we'll see you in the next game. Dun, 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 dun. Game number 4. Game number 4. In the right-hand side of the map, playing as Odin, it's Matus. And in the left-hand side of the map, playing as Thor, it's Killuminati. Matus just showed how dominating he can be when he's playing on a raiding civilization like Poseidon. Now he's going in with the Odin, which is the Norse version of this raiding civilization. Incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. To be using as the raid. To be putting your opponent on the back side. Killuminati is yet again going in with a defensive powerhouse. Freyr might be arguably a better defender, but Thor is a god that can defend much better, easier. Part of that is because you can get dwarves, and they're really, really good. And all the other good stuff as we see a little bit of a angry berserkers. These guys here, they're unhappy. And they're unhappy because, well, this one wanted to get some goats and he wasn't able to do so. We've even got a second berserk out early for Matus. He wants all the goats on the map. He doesn't want Killuminati to have any. There are goats all the way around. Sure, you have Goats Lake in the center, but there's also goats up the top. There's goats over here. There's goats over here. So you can find a lot if you scout correctly. And it looks like Matus is going to be enjoying that in a really, really big way. Following on, we'll check out the build order here for Killuminati. This build order of just pure dwarves, I actually really like it. Looks like he's gone for copper mail first, and now he's going in for copper weapons. And then he's going in for the copper shield. Personally, I think that there's a little bit of greed in going for copper shields here. You don't need to go for it. You can go for the Hammer of Thunder instead, and then you save that wood for military buildings and stuff when you hit the classical age, and that way you can get going really fast, and then you can get it a little bit later if need be. As, oh my god, he's gonna do it, isn't he? This could be a very, very quick game. Uh-oh. 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 Another berserk is coming in, though. Is it going to matter? The dwarf, the shanking begins. The shenanigans are afoot yet again. Another berserk is over here, though. It's not going to matter. The temple's up. Okay, the temple's up. It's all fine. It's all hunky-dory. The dwarf here, it doesn't really matter. Taking one dwarf off, it doesn't really matter. We see another berserk coming through here to get a temple up to chase those Deuterinos back here. But Matus is going Heimdall. I thought he was going to go in a raid heavy style, but he says, no, I am not playing by your rules. You say that Heimdall's terrible. I say that Heimdall is fantastic. As the berserks slowly start making their way back forward, a couple of Hearths are getting queued up. And what is the plan here with Heimdall? What makes Heimdall good in this situation? Well, he's got the Ravens to scout. And the big important thing here to be worried about, especially when you spot the temple, you can kind of know what to do. But even more so, you see the Heimdall first. You've got to split your buildings up. You can't build them next to each other. Otherwise, Undermine is going to be able to prevent them. Walls coming up on this side here for Killuminati as the Hersir comes forward. We'll get a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be it's not going to be enough. Oh. Killuminati's so funny. Okay. All right. He's delayed a little bit with his walling shenanigans over there. Going to be pulling back into the main base here, and we do see that that Undermine getting dropped down immediately. Dwarves pulling off of this position, and then just simply returning back over here. Forcetti is almost in. Watchtowers get immediately queued up as well as one Berserk goes down, two Berserks go down, and it looks to me like Matrius is in a bit of a troubled position right now. We've also got that healing spring coming through as well to support. We've got 3 Hersir already out for Killuminati as well as the towers come through, and the troll is now in to get a huge amount of damage. We see an attempt at another ghost building here from Killuminati, not able to get that one in. Misses on the big troll throw as the throw and axemen are going to start coming in. We see ourselves a longhouse on the front though. The Hersir are going to come around and attempt to catch that troll out here. Throw and axemen going to be able to put some pressure onto this position as we see the dwarves going to be dropping some houses. The Einherry is not going to be long for this world. He is one of the slowest myth units in the game at 3 speed, and it does end up getting sniped down. Another military building on the front there going up, and it's going to be longhouse days here. If Killuminati wants, he can spam some berserks out of his town center for the time being. He's up by 7 villages right now. How was he up by 7? Was Matrius not building villages? I'm pretty sure he wasn't. How many he's got? He's got a couple of goats. 17. It's just a couple. Walls back up on this spot as Killuminati does such a great job of just slowing the pressure of these rushes with these walls as the throw and axeman getting a little bit of damage done. So on this side, the Berserk going to be holding on over here as well. Throw and axeman getting some damage done from afar here as the army sneaks around into this position. The Hersir are all going to be pulling back. Walls coming up over here as well. We've got the troll coming in to get a little bit of damage done. Doesn't manage to kill off the Berserk, but gets a little bit of damage done. As Killuminati decides he wants to take this fight at this point, he's got so much food in the bank here. As the troll going to be pulling back away from the spot, the dwarves going to be coming over to try and defend here. So still a significant advantage for Killuminati. He's also got that dwarven mine he can drop down. He's run out of gold on this spot with only 200 gold left. But the army numbers are starting to get very, very big as this troll over here, good micro, still trying to keep that one alive. Dodging, dipping, diving, ducking, dodging. But the army differential here is still very, very close. As, I mean, Killuminati can kind of just go all onto wood here. He doesn't need food. He's got dwarves. So you can just throw down a couple more longhouses and go mass throwing axemen at this point with trolls. And what can Matrius do apart from go for some raiding cavalry out as an idea right now? A market coming up for Killuminati as well. Can start buying some stuff if need be. Another longhouse coming in. Market comes down and now he can start buying. So many resources in the bank here. Matrius, on the other hand, is spending well. He's got himself that medium upgrade, but that just puts him at equal. No, Killuminati's also got medium upgrades here. Lots and lots of throwing action starting to come through. There's 2 Einherry currently out, and that's going to be a big challenge. There's still 20 favor in the bank here. Another troll would not go astray for Killuminati if he can manage to afford it. Killuminati tries to push forward here for the time being. Does get a couple of nice kills. Does not want to overcommit on this fight, however. Good micro, though, from the Hersir to dodge the throw and axeman on that spot. As the Einherry going to be pulling away. Does get onto one Einherry, but those drone axemen are just going to take everything out so quickly here. More Hersa coming in onto this spot as the Hersa managed to clean up the Einherry over here. A couple more throwing axemen going to go down on this position as it's looking like Matrius is going to be running out of steam here. And Killuminati manages to equalize here. We've got a game 5. The crazy Heimdall rush from Matrius, just not enough to break through Killuminati's defenses in this one. He's got so much gold in the bank. He can buy whatever he wants at this point and just continue to spam Matrius. So far behind on villages as well. I think he's cut villages. I don't know why. I think he just stopped building villages as well in this game to try and just mass out as much stuff as he possibly could. But he's got so many resources in the bank as well. Not Matrius's game here in the slightest. We're going to be moving into a quick game number 5 after all is said and done. Hope you guys are having a fun time, and we'll get the next game going. Game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, in the left side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Gaia. His name is Matrius. In the right-hand corner of the map, in the red color, playing as Hades. His name is Killuminati. The map is Marsh. It's game 5. It's 2-2. These players have fought so hard to get to this position. What are they going to come up with here? There's a clear game plan that has been constructed for the Hades players out there. It involves getting Hoplites out. It involves getting Peltas out. It involves getting Sarissa. It involves getting the Athenian shield, whatever that's called. I still can't remember the name of it. I just call it Athenia's shield because it's a shield. And yeah, is it called Aegis shield? Hang on, let me have a quick look. Aegis shield. Yeah. Okay. So you get those 2 techs, your hoplites get sent to the moon, and then every single Gaia player cries. Now, the other unit that is really strong here is the Mimilo. Mimilo go for the bite of the shark, and that's really, really strong too. So you can actually trade pretty equally with hoplite versus Mimilo, especially when you mix in dryads as well. So we'll see what the plan's going to be here. Matrius has gone for an early economic guild. He's already got himself pickaxe. Relics in the center of the map, which might have some influence. Ooh. We've already seen ourselves an insanely good relic here. Gungnir Odin Spear. Up on this position, we've got Scales of Katoplapas. Not the most impactful of relics over there. We've got the Thunderclad Shawl, another really, really good relic to be picking up from both sides. Ula's bow here. That one's kind of gigantic, but more so for the Hades player than for the Gaia player, though it will help the Gaia player out as well. Bridal Pegasus, another relic that I value very, very highly. Dar's Scepter over here, giving that farm cost reduction. Not going to be the most of important relics, but Duff definitely helps out Gaia as well. So why do I bring this up right now? Well, in a game of Age of Mythology, the civilization that has the advantage in terms of getting relics is Atlanteans. Why do they have the advantage? Well, you could just advance a little bit later and heroize this Oracle. Right now, he's able to heroize the Oracle. He's deciding to go through Leto. Oh my God. It's happening. And Killuminati gets the Gungnir Odin Spear though. So his hoplites now get even stronger. Are you kidding me? Matrius may have lost his mind a little bit in this one. I don't think automatons are bad. I think automatons are decent versus Greek. I don't know if they're good enough to be winning at this level. We'll have to wait and see. The fact of the matter is exactly illustrated in the chat here from Marky. Greek have only got 2 heroes. in the classical age. They've only got 2. But the thing is, they pack a punch. They're doing hack damage, both of them, versus the automaton, which has got very, very low hack armor. So it gets cleaned up really, really quickly. Counterbarracks coming up. There's 6 oracles already out though for Matrius. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one up here is getting sent packing, however, and we do see the Ajax going to be making its way up to the top position here to take out the Oracle. As Athena coming through here now for Killuminati. And he's got himself the Minotaur. And it looks like he's going for that second age. We didn't notice it because I say it all the time, but he's also got himself that upgrade Vaults of Erebus. And it looks like he's going to be going for a town center pretty quickly here. Matrius, on the other hand, he is just pumping out Terminal Automaton. How much favor in the bank? 37. So why do I talk about this a little bit? Well, I think that the fact of the matter is oracles, especially in the... Well, yeah. Okay, we'll just say it. Oracles are effectively villages. So building out 3 of them is like Matrius just got a 3 villager advantage for the early stages of the game. The problem with them is they only give you favor. And you've only got a limited amount of stuff you can do with it. Whether you spam out these spider lairs or you spam out automatons or whatever. Killuminati is just going to grab a town center and play very, very safe. The problem here for Killuminati, if we take a quick look at the map and what Matrius sees, is there's no gold mine close to this. But Matrius doesn't actually see this, so to speak. As the Minotaur going to be searching around for an Oracle kill here, it's really important to get this Minotaur in onto the back base and try and snipe some Oracles, but Matrius is too good at defending this early sort of pressure. You're just not going to get any kills here. And now we see the Hephaestus Revenge automaton coming in with 6 oracles out. You can also get this technology here called Perception right here. This one makes sure oracles, every single one of them, do 10% faster favor gather rate. If you got 6, it's almost like getting out an extra oracle as well. So it's kind of an insane relic, not relic, but upgrade. As the town center is now up, Terma gets sent packing. And Matrius has to decide what he's going to do now. Do you go for a huge all-in at this point? Do you drop a second town center and just say it's fine, we'll just go for a later town center? What is the plan? Already with 5 villagers on gold, he skips hand axe and he goes straight for shaft mine. He's going to have a lot of gold income here as the units for Matrius are going to be looking to charge forward. Already Hippias are out. Both heroes are in. We've got the Scales of Catoblepas as well to take away. So that's going to help the Minotaur to defend here a little bit. What is this? It's Pierce vulnerability. So it doesn't really help against the automatons. Nonetheless, the army now starting to charge forward here. You got to make sure that that watchtower is targeting down those Murmillo and not the ridiculously high 55% automaton, 55% pierce armor automaton there. As Matrius is going to be pulling back for the time being here. Getting out some catapulties as well. And looking to charge forward. There's the spider eggs onto this position as he's going to be attacking forward. And a temple now in the center of the map. 2 temples for more automatons makes a lot of sense here. A lot of sense. And my guess here for Killuminati, his best bet might be to get to the heroic age as fast as he possibly can so he can get access to Chiron. And then at least there's another hero that can deal with these automatons for him. I wonder why he didn't put this in the temple. I don't fully understand, but I get... well, interesting nonetheless. We see the Hippias coming through. They're going to be attempting to take out some of these oracles on the back line. Little 1 Hippias raids is kind of all you need to take out undefended oracles. Gets 1, and then he's going to have to retreat away. The catapulties are in a big way. He's going to miss this as well, I think. Yeah, he doesn't spot the oracle in that corner over there. But picking off 1 is nice. And you take 1 out, and then Matrius just goes, all right, I'm going to get 2 more. And I mean, that's the thing. With these oracles being able to be built from a temple, and the fact that they're a villager, you can just choose when to basically pretend like you've got a second town center up. As a temple going to be getting torn down. Look at all those relics in there. The army comes forward here for Killuminati. Does he have enough stuff here to hold is the big question, because this gold mine is going to be completely open here very, very shortly. If he loses the temple, he's got so many resources in the bank here. Villagers coming forward to try and hold on to this one as the Achilles comes in to try and snipe out an automaton, manages to take one out. All of the relics dropping here as the automatons are going to be breaking through. The tower and the town center is just not it on this defense against these brutally strong units for the time being. The villagers pulling back. The tower goes down. Killuminati does have himself a lot of gold in the bank. He can also sneak up onto this gold mine here if need be. Is over onto this food here as well. We're not seeing him queuing up their next age, but I mean, I don't know if this hometown center is going to be able to survive against the units that are going to be coming through here. Plus Catapultis to deal with these Hippias. Killuminati is in a very, very difficult position here. You see that Pegasus over on this side, and beyond all this, you could also see Matus just heroizing these units and picking up these relics and taking them back home. Well, not even back home, you just have to pull them back into this temple in the center of the map here. Aphrodite manages to come through in an effort to try and hold on here against all of those automaton. I mean, Killuminati, he's still fine here, but he doesn't have a gold mine. This is the hard part. And also spider eggs getting placed down on cooldown. The pressure is absolutely mounting at the moment as relics coming up. We see a temple coming up over here. The army tries to charge forward, but the Minotaur is going to be able to defend. I definitely think that Minotaur is not a terrible unit to be using against these warrior automatons. As we see a whole bunch of military academies coming down onto the back side here. Is there a market somewhere? I don't see one. But buildings getting cleaned up. Those houses, it's going to look like Killuminati is going to get a little bit housed moving forward here. But Killuminati just has to wait. Just don't fight if he can. And maybe, just maybe, he can hold here. Matus needs to think about town centers and the next stage of this game. Going to the heroic age makes some sense as well. So the automaton army gets another big buff. Archery range coming through as well. And now we see Rio. Okay. What can I say about Rio that it is positive here? I just don't have anything. Rio is probably the easiest way to throw the game. Yes, you get Trader, which you can use to steal away a Nemean Lion. That's not a bad thing. As the military unit's going to come up to this top gold mine and spot some Killuminati villagers up there. You also have to remember that Killuminati does have a little bit of gold coming through every single second here. As the Hippias are going to be moving out onto the map looking for some raids, looking for some distraction, but not distracting enough as these villagers are going to pull away. This one on this slide here also going to get taken down. Chiron now out. All of those... This unit here is a strong unit. 299 HP. It's about to go up. Villager's going to get taken down. I guess you have to remember that, yes, with Rhea you get the Behemoth, which will be able to take out the main base here. Not that I don't think that the automatons probably could have taken it out by themselves. As a hill fort going to get shot up in this main base here. Another idea here for Killuminati is just to put everyone onto the temple. He can still sell stuff for a little bit. He does have that market. He will be selling resources. Relics still getting grabbed as Killuminati is just desperately trying to hold on. I think Killuminati just confirmed that there's no town centers up for the moment here. So he knows that while he's behind a ton on... Wait, is he going Mythic Age? If he can get out Perseus here, this could be gigantic. If we can get out Perseus, it could be gigantic. The Behemoth are coming through, though. There's so many units here for Matus. Killuminati has to wait 2 minutes as the Nemean Lion gets taken down by the trader. The hero's aware. They're in the fortress. The Behemoth's going to take everything out. Curse gets dropped down here. This base is dead. Killuminati needs to make a run for it with those villagers. The heroes able to take out one of the Behemoths before the army completely surrounds here. Going to be retreating away for the time being. The trader will be back off cooldown, not quite in time to take a Colossus here, but the villagers will be making a break for it as the army able to take out all those villagers. The villagers over here also going to be going down. Not going to be allowing them out. Great trap there by the army as more military buildings coming up here for Killuminati. He can sell food at this point, I guess. But would a Perseus be enough here? Would a Perseus be enough? The second town center is up for Matus. He's in front on villagers. He's in front on army. The only thing he's behind it at the moment is tech to go to the Mythic Age, which he's going to be able to go very, very shortly. Does he have himself a palace? I don't see it just yet. As the house is all going to be going down, we see the armory getting cleaned up as Matus here. He's not going to be able to deny that Mythic Age. So there will be a Plenty Vault. All the relics are dropping out yet again. Matus is in a commanding position moving forward. As a Plenty Vault does get dropped onto this position up here. Market over here getting dropped down as well for Matus. He can buy whatever he wants. He needs a palace to go to the next age. A temple coming up on this spot gets himself access to that Colossus. But in 60 seconds, that's going to go the wayside of Matus here. Do we see a Perseus? It costs so many resources to get it out. So many. How many resources is he getting in now from gold? 180 per minute, it looks like. Oh, no! Well, it looks like the game's over, unfortunately. We're going to be getting hit with a little bit of a freezer-rooney at the moment, but as much as I want to see Killuminati somehow mounting a comeback here, well, they out of synced. Okay. Can we jump into the next... Can we jump in to follow it? All right. I think this is just a GG and Matus gets the dub. Well played here from Matus. He's such a solid automaton idea. I mean, how do you deal with this as the Hades player? I think you got to get Minotaurs out. I think you absolutely have to get Minotaurs out. But even then, these things are doing 3x and they do 13.2. They do so much damage to the Minotaurs, but the Minotaurs can headbutt them away and disengage and make life hard. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed the series. If you did, don't forget to hit the follow button. We'll move into another game here very shortly. Going to continue along this day of Wrath of the Gods action. GG. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's game number 1. It's decider time. You win this game, you go to the next day. What a time to be alive. In the left side of the map, the blue color playing as Frere. His name is Soup. His opponent today in the red color playing as Isis. His name is El Matador. The map, yes. It is the unknown. Land unknown. You can't get any water on these maps. Look at the little road here. Just saying g'day. This looks sick. I love this map. I also love Soup right now. He's on the fray. He's going to be showing us how it's done here. El Matador is going to be having a very, very long road in front of him to work out how to defeat this man. He is at the absolute pinnacle of level when it comes to France. So you have to play an insanely good game to find wins. Now, what are the options here for ISIS? Classic Ancestors Eclipse timing attacks. You kind of have to rule them out because you can't attack anywhere. There's going to be a town center. There's going to be Gulen Burst. That's going to clean up your ancestors really, really easily. And you're going to have a really, really tough time of it. So I think you either have to be considering to go in with a Bast idea of Sphinx and raids and causing problems, and then hitting an Eclipse timing and with a classical fight or something like that. Or you want to be going for the Anubites and doing a similar thing. If you've got Anubites and Gulen Bursty comes, you can jump away. So it does make some sense to go that angle as well. Now, both players here not really going to be 100% certain of what they're seeing on this map. It's going to be the first time they're going to have any knowledge of it. Every one of these maps is slightly different, or very different, I should say. It's a relatively, I would say, low hunt variant of Land Unknown, but I mean, you can have anything from ridiculously high hunt to, I guess, very, very barren. In the main base here, it's Aurochs, and it's every single map in Retold is kind of, compared to Legacy, is kind of like medium hunt and up, but this one here has got a couple of different hunt packs down the bottom. Wall's already coming up here for Soup nice and early, and we'll see how things are going to start moving forward as the temple coming through for Soup onto this position. Villagers are going to be moving forward. Got the priest going to be checking around onto this position as well. Those are the Sphinx in the middle. Is a huge relic there for Soup as well. On the left side of the map here, we're going to have that Thundercloud Shawl. Vulnerability to pierce attacks, minus 5%. At the top side of the map here as well, we've got Dwarven Calipers. Over onto the right-hand side of the map, we do have Pandora's Box. Ooh, big, big relic over here. Did anyone spot it? Yes, El Matador did. And yes, El Matador says it's Anubis time. I only see one monument down for the moment, as Prosperity going to be getting thrown forward here, but it's never too late to drop monuments and just start going for Anubites. My favorite way to play Anubites is to go for one monument in the Archaic Age, and then after I advance, I drop 2 more monuments. That way, I have my bases all defended by early attacks, and I'm going to have those monuments in anyways to give me a whole bunch of resources. As we see the priest hanging in, waiting for Hands of the Pharaoh. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? El Matador's going to get it. I'm not sure what happened there. If it was just impossible to pick up the relic, or if Soup misclicked, or what happened. But he's going to be pulling this one back. Going to be getting himself that Flood of the Nile. And the priest coming through as well. As the Anubite is out. What's the relic at the top of the map as well? Is that any good? No, that's not that useful. He couldn't click on it. Oh, a very, very early Asgardian Fortress coming down here. Asgardian Bastion. As the Longhouse is coming down as well for Soup, trying to start making some units out. The question is there time for this? And it looks like there might be. Is the Anubite's taking quite a while to kind of come out onto the map. He's searching around with those bad boys coming through. He does see the Asgardian Bastion coming up. He's got 1 minute to finish this one up. You can always drop Plague of Serpents down here as well, which could be the idea which Soup wants to play for. Is get the Serpents off the table and call it a day. It's a sad state of affairs to be a Jackal. Oh, can he get hit as well? Oh, no! He can jump out, though. Okay, he's gone. Okay, takes a couple of whacks and retreats away. No problems. And thanks so much for the raiding party. AOL Iron Man. For those of you not paying attention, AOL Iron Man is also covering this tournament, so definitely go check out his YouTube channel where he's going to be posting those things. Also on Twitch, as well as all the other good places. Other players to be, or other streamers to be checking out. Joe Dessler and Nakamura also going to be covering the tournament. As a couple of barracks now coming up. Town Center is up for El Matador as well. Town Center gets started here for Soup in the center of the map. couple of throwing axemen now starting to come out as well as they're going to jump onto this position. And we do see the Anubites charging forward here as they're going to turn around, start getting just a little bit of damage done. And there goes the Plague of Serpents onto this position as all of these units starting to come forward. The Herso turning around, going to get a little bit of damage done onto the Anubites. Can Soup hold here is the big question. It looks like he's not only going to hold, but it's going to be an absolute domination of a hold here. One Anubite dies. We got Huskal coming through as well as the Anubites jump through yet again. And it looks like Town Center is going to be up for Soup. And that just means the center of the map here is controlled. And El Matador is going to move back onto a completely different path to move forward in this game. We've got the Serpent Spear coming through. Medium Spearmen as well. Whole bunch of Spearmen on the way. But with El Matador going for this second town center, he's not really on any sort of crazy timer to make an attack happen right now. And maybe overcommitted on this one. Soup gets the town center in. He's going to have those units forward. Longhouse coming down in the center of the map. This is going to be a very, very strong position to be in at the moment as the throwing axemen going to start getting just a little bits of damage done. You're going to see the Servants of Glory coming through as well. As into the main base here for Soup. His gold mine's about to be expiring, but he's already completely set up. The walls are up. There's not going to be any sort of weakness in Soup's position moving forward. As El Matador now looking for villager kills. And this is what he needs to be doing here. Jumping forward with the Anubite. Gets a little bit of damage done. The army, though, for Soup coming in. Does garrison into that tower nicely. Not going to get any villager kills on that one. There's a house going to be coming up for Soup on that position as well. And where to next, though, for El Matador? That's the big question. An armory coming up in the main base. And I guess if you go into the next stage of the game, I mean, what's the win condition now for ISIS? You haven't been able to get any early game damage with this Anubis. You did have the town center up first. You are in front on economy ever so slightly, but you are against Frere, where being in front by 7 villages does not amount to being in front in reality, because there's just so many resources you're getting back from the cheaper technologies. So Soup just killing off a shrine. He's just like, I don't, it's an Egyptian. I see Egyptian, I kill Egyptian. As we see the stone wall coming through as well, taking that one out. And now he can start building in the center of the map if need be. And now we also see behind this Ring Oath. Again, I haven't seen this technology really being utilized at all. On the fact that it seems like every single Frere player is really, really enjoying either going for rock giants or going for these Draugr. And it looks like Soup doesn't want Draugr in this situation and would rather just more hill forts. Why? Maybe the idea is if you get enough of these out, then you can make Huskal, and if there ever ends up being mass chariot archers, he's going to be able to get out those Huskal to deal with them. As we see, Sobek is the god of choice here for El Matador. One idea here for him to go for is a rock raid. Let's take a quick look at the line of sight here for Soup. Imagine going over the cliff, flying this way, popping in onto this spot, dropping, and then being able to raid this. But nonetheless, Aegir coming through. And I guess in behind this as well, you could also go into with the Patsukots and just mass those out. McDowell's Stronghold going to be coming up for El Matador on this side, so he can start making those chariot archers. I guess the only problem is for Soup, if he wants to get a whole bunch of Asgardian bastions down, is he's got to get favor, so he has to fight. I mean, the other thing is if you can get this town center up in the center, that means he's going to have access to Gulumbursty here. As we see this one coming up, And El Matador, he doesn't even want to play. He's going to move forward. He has an inkling that there's going to be something coming up onto this position. He will be seeing it. 10 seconds remaining on the Asgardian hill fort. This thing shoots up so insanely quickly, as we see an attempt here for the Hersa to come up and get a wall, but that's going to get greeted very quickly there by the Migdol stronghold. Going to be retreating back after that. But now with the hill fort up on the front, we're also seeing Hell coming in behind all of this. Soup doesn't need to do anything. At least for the moment, he doesn't need to do anything. Is this another hill fort? No, it's a Great Hall. Okay. He absolutely doesn't. He's going Mythic Age. He should just wait on the Mythic Age and call it a day. You see the Great Hall finishing up. Matador has seen his advantage right now, gets a whole bunch of kills, and Soup going to have to retreat back for the time being here. But the Chariot Archer mass is going to come up, and I know that Soup doesn't like Chariot Archers. He's very much like me. If I see a horse with a bow, I say this unit needs to suck. Anyways, units started to come forward onto this spot as the army will be able to defend at least with those thrown action here. The problem is, there's actually lots of resources being spent for the time being, but there's just not that much population right now for Soup, and this timing here should be relatively useful here for El Matador, but he's not microing those priests onto the Rock Giant. The Spearmen will be able to eventually take this out. They are doing divine damage with that poison damage coming in from the Serpent Spear, so it should be getting a good amount of stuff here. As the Hell comes in, there's only 2 priests in, and you can definitely drop that Nidhogg here and try and hold on, but El Matador has the game. He's got the initiative right now. He's got to convert this in one way, shape, or another as the Nidhogg flies through, and he is going to be getting a huge amount of damage done. The Fire Giant comes in as well, and all of those units on the front get absolutely dominated by Soup's preparation there. Beautiful play in order to clean that up, as the Spearman going down, and now El Matador has to pull back. He's stuck in the Heroic Age. He's churning out those Chariot Archers. The Nidhogg pulls away. It's really, really difficult to use a Nidhogg against Egyptian because of those priests, but so long as you're moving it around, it does move much quicker than the priests. So I guess as long as you take out the priests first and then swoop through, it's really, really strong. And now Soup has to pull back. In terms of military buildings that he's got out at the moment, 4 longhouses and 2 Great Halls, 2 Asgardian hill forts, so a decent amount of units for the time being. As the priests are going to get taken out, Nidhogg, he is coming back in, and he wants to use that special ability yet again. It looks like he doesn't quite have it available for himself. It does have a long cooldown on it, I believe. What's the cooldown? 90 seconds. Okay, it took me a while to find that. It's staring me right in the face. 90 seconds to get that special ability back up, and it's obviously an insane special ability. As the army tries to poke its way forward, not going to be going for it just yet. Units retreating back ever so slightly. The Fire Giants can turn around and start throwing some fireballs at those Chariot Archers here, as the Chariot Archers, a bit of shoot and scoot micro, as everyone likes to see that. Going to be able to get back here, but the army just can continue to charge forward. We've now got Ballista coming through, champion infantry, as well as El Matador. All he wants right now is to mass these Chariot Archers up and find a way to hold, but the Fire Giants, you've got to be careful how you use that special ability. It doesn't really matter though. It takes the Siege Tower down, and the Chariot Archer ball will be able to hold here, and Soup's going to have to retreat back and regroup. But with some Ballista in, these things are so good at taking out these bad boys. The damage that Fire Giant does. Siege Towers do not cut the mustard against the Fire Giant. They take them out very quickly. As El Matador going to continue his kiting ways, and Super's just going to continue to walk forward into it. So sort of playing into it in a way, as Huskarl's starting to come through, Raiding Cavalry starting to come through, and Soup, while he is getting the correct unit composition out, he needs population before he charges forward. That is the most important thing. Otherwise, you're fighting down double population here. It's just never going to work. But if you can maybe catch out with the fire giants, it could be a big thing. The Nidhogg currently flying. I'm completely missing this Nidhogg, just getting a huge amount of damage in the main base here. Oh, the split from Mador. Not going to matter. Nidhogg is a little bit of a barbecue happening over there. And now we see a Town Center coming up. Mythic Age Ghoul and Bursty can come down, and this is going to be absolutely brutal. You can't kite away from the Huskar, from the fire giants. If you want to stop the Huskar getting the Town Center up, you got to stay there and just take the special abilities. So Soup very smartly going to be grabbing this one, and now we see Osiris, and this is where things get very, very scary. Osiris, Mummy, 85 favor in the bank, Mass Chariot Archer. This is going to be a strong composition here for Soup to need to break, as the Nidhogg going to be coming back in yet again. Hits off these villages here. The Chariot Archer is going to get some good damage done, and that might be a dead Nidhogg after all is said and done. But it looks like Cleopatra here pushing forward, wants to take down those fire giants. They do a lot of damage to them. As Soup's still struggling to get himself up to population, he's got to pull back ever so slightly. Ghoul and Bursty to drop down onto those Chariot Archers could put a stop to them, though. The amount of damage it does is absolutely insane in the Mythic Age. If you could pause that, you can read the amount of damage. But I want to... The Fire Giant special! The Huskar finally get in onto those Chariot Archers, doing the garrison trick. Chariot Archers get back. Still going to be building more Huskar. We see some more Ballast starting to come in. Soup's got to have in the back of his mind that Mythic Age is still on the table. Osiris is still on the table, so he needs an answer to it. The answer is Ballaster. Another hill fort finally coming up here for Soup. He is getting himself Levy Great Hall. Wait, does he have himself the... Yes, he does have Levy Hill Forts. So those Huskar train pretty quickly after all of that. But we're also seeing Axeman coming through as well. He knows he needs to deal with that. On this left side of the map here, the Migdol securing the gold on this spot. He's got this gold mine over here to try and secure as well. There's a big forest there blocking that position up, so that's nice for him. And there's the Mythic Age coming through. It's 4 town centers, is it? 4 town centers to 2 town centers, but Soup is missing some houses and missing fortified town centers, I think. But he's going to be slowly starting to get those up as the raiding cavalry are going to be dodging. More buildings coming through here as he's got to figure out how to deal with those mummies. Are we seeing mummies getting built? Not just yet. Raiding cavalry charging forward here, going to be basically losing all of them, as we do see the Tempest getting dropped down to buy a little bit more time, I guess. He's not going to be able to actually engage on this one, as the military buildings now starting to come through, as we see Frere's gift coming in. As those Ballast are slowly starting to get a huge amount of damage. You've got the Goaty in here as well. And there's the Ghoul and Bursty going to be coming through to join it. Look at this bad boar. He just comes in and he says, "Good night, Monsieur Chariot Archer." And also managed to take down that mummy. Very, very important there. We're also seeing the camel rider tech coming through as well. Ghoul and Bursty versus Son of Osiris. Who wins that fight? I've never seen that one before. As he does manage to retreat back into the tower. Going to be able to start getting that damage in to finish off the Ghoul and Bursty. Look at the HP and the damage and all of its glory here. As those Ballisters need to just target, fire down the Son of Osiris as fast as possible. Right-click on that bad boy and just say goodnight to him. He is not a strong unit when compared to these Ballaster. And look at that HP going down incredibly quickly here. Son of Osiris retreats back. And now you have to refocus on something else. Otherwise, your Ballasts are going too far forward. The Spearmen charge forward. They're going to be able to take them down very, very quickly here. Whole bunch of throwing axemen, raiding cavalry coming in. Berserk's also on the way to help out here. as the ballista numbers are just not enough for Soup. He's got a lot of resources in the bank. Hasn't started a trade route just yet, but still has a lot of gold mines on the map as the army of Soup is starting to get erased here. And Soup trying to get him, muster up an army. He's getting himself this upgrade here, Feast of Renown, which will help out his food count. Lots and lots of resources in the bank to be spending stuff, but he's thinking, what do I need to build? Son of Osiris at half HP. The Chariot Archers were the right idea. He's going to get a whole bunch of hill forts going in with Huskal. Huskal are a good option here, but the town center is going to be taken out very quickly. Raiding Cavalry coming onto this left side, checking out the gold mine over here, ensuring that that's not going to be getting gathered from for the time being. A couple more military buildings coming down, great halls all over the place here. This Chariot Archers pushing forward onto this spot can take out a couple more of those units here. With another hill fort means even more Huskal are going to be able to come through. The problem here for Soup is he's got so many units queued up in these great halls. He's only got 5 of them, and it just takes so long for him to get his units out. But he's now very close to pop. And, I mean, now we have to ask the question, if he can't win this fight now, will he ever be able to win this fight? As he's going to be charging forward. How are the armory upgrades looking before this all happens? He's got himself full bronze apiece here, so it's a very, very equal fight in terms of population, in terms of units, but it's Chariot Archer, Mummy, Son of Osiris, Huskal charging forward. Son of Osiris doing a crazy amount of damage. The Mummy's also on the back, but those hill fort Huskals are able to get in, surround the Son of Osiris. The Chariot Archer is going to be getting cleaned up on the back here, as the Mummy's also just not going to be able to do it either. El Matador continues to kite back onto this position, as it looks like the Frere of Soup has managed to clean up house here. He's going to be able to get his town center back and stick with the population advantage now that his infrastructure is set up. You can see he's queuing up that Siege of the Titans. It's so cheap for Frere, as well as all of El Matador's forces are going to be getting removed in this game. And Soup is able to keep himself at population behind this. Lots of idle units in this position here as the town center going to be coming back up. But what else can El Matador do now? He's still trying to make these mummies. He doesn't have the mummy upgrade. He doesn't have a Son of Osiris anymore. What else can he do? He's managed to hold, it seems, for the time being on this position, utilizing this choke point beautifully. And Soup has to pull back. There's no need to finish this game immediately here as Frere. If we take a look at the upgrades, he can get himself full iron. Hersir charging forward to try and take out these mummies. There's no goatees incoming. The mummies getting a whole bunch of their vomit in onto those raiding cavalry to get a bunch of minions through. Great control here from El Matador. He is still sticking with that full population. A huge amount of units queued up into this spot. Raiding cavalry, Huskal are the units of choice here, as Spearmen, Axemen need to be the counter unit of choice here for El Matador, but is continuing to build Chariot Archers to hold. Can Soup make it through on this spot? He's about to be onto another gold mine up here. He's still got gold in the center, but still no trade route getting kicked off here, as Soup's still trying to spend his resources. All of these minions are just holding so brutally well, as Soup yet again, I mean, he's still in front on population, but barely at the moment. The gold situation, though, for El Matador is the difficult position to be in, as the Rams are going to start cleaning up and can take out those walls so fast here. And Migdol's stronghold going to be able to get taken down as well, as the army continues to charge forward onto the Chariot Archers here. As the mummies are still helping out in a big way. A whole bunch of berserks coming through. Raiding cavalry yet again for Soup on the way. Can El Matador somehow figure out a way back into this game? He's got 52 population in terms of villages, 74 villages. He's got a trade route that is stonking in this back corner. Very tough to get in onto that one. Actually, it's not really. If you use a ram, you can kill these walls off really, really quickly. If you guys don't know, if you get this upgrade, you access wall breaching, which does area damage versus walls, so you can clean those up incredibly quickly. Meanwhile, in the main base here, we see the Titan Gate coming through. El Matador, he's got a rock on that position to take a look at this, but in that spot, El Matador decides the game is lost and he can no longer continue forward here. First game going to Soup here. That was a ridiculous effort by both players. It was really, really challenging, it seemed, there for Soup to just get himself to population. But once he did, you could see that he put to bed those chariot archers very, very nicely. El Matador just could not use his army to put any pressure back on to Soup in this game. And that's where the problem arose for him. Resource-wise, it's honestly pretty close. Though once the Norse player gets in front, I mean, it's at this point he's already fully upgraded, right? So it doesn't really matter. But, you know, total military resource population, you can just see that El Matador is in front for the entirety of this game until he's not. And that's when Soup finds the victory. That's when Soup finds the advantage here. And El Matador could not capitalize on his own advantage in this game to take the throw out. We'll move on to game number 2 really, really shortly. Hope you're having a fantastic time hanging out with me. And we'll get the next game going very shortly. Game number 2. Best of 5. Win this series and you go on to day number 2. What more can be said? Currently, in the left side of the map playing as Kronos, his name is Soup. In the right-hand side of the map playing as Gaia, his name is El Matador. Map, Ghost Lake. Onwards and upwards. Let's check out the relics here on this one. Over here, we've got the Chariots of Sibel. This one's so good. I love this relic. This one and the Monkey relic is so good. So good. Over on the right-hand side of the map, we've got ourselves that Fetters of Fenrir here, just to boost the villager damage up a bit. This one's actually quite good for Gaia as well when defending against early rushes, especially when you're playing against Kronos. On this side, we have the Eye of Horus with the +4 population there. And let's just confirm we're not seeing the Ultra Rush coming through from Soup here. There's a mana. That's how you confirm it. And there goes the Soup Temple as well. And we'll see what he's going to go for. Okay, let's talk about what these guys can do. So, Kronos, he's got 2 sort of styles in my opinion. Or 2.5 styles. So, one style is the hyper-aggressive approach, and the other style is the fast second town center approach. You can do that with manas, boosting the town center to build it really quickly. The third approach, or the half approach, is kind of like an economic approach, but it's super aggressive, which is the build oracles approach. Now we are seeing a little bit of a a little bit of shenanigery. I think the guy just fired. He's safe. What a time to be alive. The skills of the madman Soup. Soup is just converting hero oracles here. He just wants the relics. I super value this as well. I think that this is something that you want to be doing as Kronos, because like you're going to get upgrades for your oracles at some point through the game anyways. So heroizing them is really, really useful. I mean, if you go through Rhea as well. Nonetheless, what can Gaia do here? We're seeing Oceanus. Oceanus, the issue with Oceanus is that you don't get anything to spend favor on. So you basically have to play, I guess what you're spending favor on is the Carnivora, right? But you basically have to play without having that economic, aggressive focus, so to speak, as we see double or counter barracks, military barracks coming up for El Matador to kick this game off. And I would not be surprised, as Soup has already gone up to 6 oracles. We've seen this before. Has he learnt his lesson? Has he learnt his lesson? How many oracles do you realistically need to spam Prometheans? Is the answer 10? Or is the answer not 10? Let's see what Soup's going to tell us in this game. Well, Soup is a teacher. He's an educator. He is an informer of crazy ideas and all of the good stuff. If you guys didn't know, there is an upper limit of favor I believe you can actually grab. Or I think there is an upper limit of favor you can have. I'm not sure what it is. If somebody can tell me the upper limit of favor, you win the grand prize of being smart. Nonetheless. Let's see what Soup's going to concoct here in this game. He's already getting alluvial clay. He's going for a little bit of a cheeky raid onto this top position here. El Matador just slowly starting to build up units, playing a nice stock standard Atlantean here. Oh, Villager kind of getting caught out. Nice reaction there from El Matador. He does manage to pull back. And the Villager is safe. As a Promethean now, though, going over onto this other side, they see a Villager. Both the Villagers safe. An Oracle. Oracle is also safe. Apparently 65535 is the favor limit. There you go. The more you know. The stronger you are. The first one to hit that number in a competitive game gets the grand prize. Of the tea bags that Spiffing Brit owes me. Okay. I think that's fair. Alright. Golden Lion getting taken out as Soup gonna have to retreat back. The heroes are slowly starting to muster, so to speak, as the Prometheans are equally starting to muster. Good micro from El Matador to dodge those Terma beautifully over here. He's making a great job of it. He's got the Caladri over here, which can heal up his units as well beautifully. The Prometheans in the center here trying to take the fight very, very early on. Going to be getting taken out pretty quickly. There's not the best counters for these Murmillo heroes at the moment. So Soup has to retreat back. And now looks like El Matador is going to be sneaking forward ever so slightly. Now Soup still looking for some sort of a fight. I think that generally the best way to find these fights is you just get yourself into a mass of units that your opponent can't really deal with. If you've got a limited amount of Prometheans and you want to build a whole bunch, which it is looking like Soup is going for, maybe it doesn't matter as the heroes aren't really focusing down anything over here. The Prometheans will be making a good trade on the back, but all of the human units, it seems, have been cleaned up, as this kind of now means that Soup, he's got to retreat back as the Terma making a nice amount of damage here, and Soup has to retreat all the way back home. But where to next for our main man, El Matador? That's the question. He's keeping his units alive nicely. He's got a whole bunch of Caladria in, which is helping him out in these fights a lot. As he's using this box formation thing, for those of you trying to play at home, apparently box formation is really, really good. Just as is an in general formation for your units. I don't really know. I've never really tried it. I like the old box formation that you use to protect your weak units and surround enemy units and things like that. But the new box formation seems really, really good apparently. As the army now moving forward, we see some Caraballister coming into the mix here for Soup to try and deal with, I guess, Murmillo heroes is the idea. Is the army going to be pulling back? More Prometheans going to be coming through here as well. As a Promethean slowly looking to move forward and target down these Terma over here. We'll be getting that damage done as El Matador is going to start the Horse Archer kiting. Technically speaking, Terma... Oh, kills both those Caraballs there. Terma don't take any damage from any of these units. If you micro this literally perfectly, then you can just kite forever. I guess. Maybe if your opponent micros perfectly as well, you can't, but I don't know. Terma kiting. It's going to continue here for a while here, as Super's going to have to figure out some way to make this happen. As he starts to charge forward. The Promethean offspring will be able to actually catch up here. As those slowly getting picked off, we see the Galadrius using that pacify ability, but it looks like Soup has managed to get in on top of these units. He's still pumping. Oh, he's got 50 favor in the bank right now. He's queues up 5 Promethean. That's a lot of Promethean to be queuing up here for Soup. As the Galadrius is still holding here, still healing up the units nicely. The heroes, however, have been cleaned up pretty quickly. Valor comes through in an attempt to kill off those Galadriel here. Does manage to pick off one, going after a second one, but he's going to decide to retreat back here. Where is Soup's second temple? He's only got the one. 2 temples or bust. 3 temples or bust. 4 temples or bust. I don't mind. Just get the temples out. Sure, they're expensive, but it's well worth it. There's El Matador Terma. Still going to be pulling the shoot and scoot shenanigans here. Military barracks going to be coming up as well. Force Soup to try and spam out more units. But now El Matador is going to be going to the next age. We also see the Hyperion is already coming in as well. And, I mean, now the question arises, when you're in the heroic age, do you keep building Prometheans? They're still a little bit stronger. Or do you want to go in for Satyr? And I'm going to also assume that El Matador here going to go to the heroic age relatively shortly and have Hesperid's Tree, and as well as have those... Oh, no, he's going for a town center. That's not a heroic age. He might go for the town center and a heroic age. A market is going to be coming down. Valor coming through onto this spot. Villagers getting pushed back. Prometheans are in on lock to get a lot of pushback here as the Terma going to continue to get built out for Soup. As the unit's converging on this position over here for El Matador. I mean, he's still got to be like consistently converting units into heroes in this game. He's got 54 favor. That's the hard part, I would say, for the team Gaia in this game. And now Soup can start building out those Contarius, but I mean, if you know that this is coming, you can probably just build out a whole bunch of Catapultis here and you're completely fine. Sniping down an armory will be a pretty big hit, so any sort of tech that El Matador is going to want to get out here. More Promethean acute. You can also cast that Chaos onto the Terma here and have them all kill themselves. If you can catch them out of position enough, so good. As you do see some Satyr now coming through as well. The Chaos does get dropped down onto those Terma. Carnivora going over onto this position as well as the army charging forward. El Matador does have the speed. No, he doesn't have channels here, so no speed advantage on this position, but he will be getting healed up by the Gaia Lush here as the Prometheans will have to retreat back, and it looks like El Matador has somewhat held on this position, though the Satyr still going to be doing a huge amount of damage. Soup still pumping out those Prometheans. Don't let this fool you. 4 Prometheans here means 3 of these are in queue, which means he's got an extra 24 favor, so he's sitting at 64 favor. He's still playing the ultimate favor challenge in his game of Age Mythology here. Get as much favor as you possibly can or bust. as the Terma charging forward, trying to take out the Satyr here, actually. But the Kontarius will be getting some good damage done. Great defensive maneuvering here through that tiny gap there, as the Kontarius is going to be finally getting over here to start sniping down the Terma. El Matador in a very, very difficult position. He's on both sides of the map here with gold. Soup doesn't care. He just wants to continue fighting here in the main base, as the Prometheans coming forward to attempt to take out the citizens and everything else. So now El Matador able to hold on, and Soup has to retreat back. See a Terma getting taken down over onto this side. Promethean going to go down over here as well. The counter barracks gets taken down. Unit's going to be trying to charge forward as well. Not going to be able to do all too much there. Now the Kontarius coming through to take out those Terma on the back here. More Promethean roaming forward here as well. And it looks to me like El Matador is not going to be able to hold this. We see some Arcus coming in as well. Not really the best unit against the Terma, but it's anything at this point is completely fine. And in that moment, El Matador taps out, and Soup shows once again he's one of the strongest Kronos players as well. I love this. I love this, like, get yourself 3 oracles, and you just see, like, you don't need more than this. Look, he's still floating favor. He could use another chaos coming up very shortly. You just don't, you don't need it. Just six oracles is all you need. So insanely strong. Over here on the resource graph, you see that even though he's Gaia, he's behind on resources at the end there as well. Civilian units, he's just never in front. And most of all, units killed here. You see El Matador's in front on this, but I think a lot of this is the Promethean and killing off 2 Promethean offspring. I think that might equal 3 units. So you have to take off, I don't know, you have to take off quite a bit here for that to actually make any sort of significant impact. Nonetheless, second game in for Soup here, as we're going to be moving in to game number 3. Don't you guys go anywhere. We're going to have a short intermission, and then we're going to get game number 3 going. Game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, in the top side of the map, playing Xeranos this time, still sticking with the Atlanteans. He is the favor hoarder. He is the favor master. He is the lover of all things favor with Atlantean. His name is Soup. His opponent today, having been at the helm, at the defense, at the mercy of the madman Soup. His name is El Matador, and he's got his work cut out for him moving into game number 3. Can he prevent the sweep here and force a game number 4? He's got the god for it. It's El Matador, it's Ra, and it's the red color. Ladies and gentlemen, the map is Giza. A very, very open map, very, very aggressive map here as well. There's so many different options here to go for with Ra. I wouldn't be surprised... I wouldn't be surprised if we see El Matador go for a classical fight here. El Matador go for Wadgets here. Go for barracks. Go for spearmen, slingers. But this does play into the hand of a Oracle spamming Uranus player. We'll see if he can make it work or not, though. Relics on the map. On the left side of the map, we've got that Gungnir Odin Spear. Huge relic over there. In the center of the map, we've got ourselves that Hestia's Hearth. Over here, we've also got ourselves Ulla's Bow. And the big line. Oh, that's such a good relic there. And we've got Archimedes' Ledger. I'm never sure about this really. Like, I get why it's there. It, like, on paper, it seems like, yeah, -1 population on a siege weapon seems okay. But in practice, it only really would matter if you're playing as, like, Norse and you're spamming Ballista. I guess. I don't know. Nonetheless, we'll see if Soup is going to do more of the same. He goes for a quick advance here. Quick-ish advance. He's starting to heroize his oracles. He's going through Prometheus. And he wants to grab the Villager Train Time Relic. Keep that away from the Ra player. Get back home. In the main base here of El Mador, he chooses Bast. Ooh, baby. -1 pop on Kairos sounds good. That's true. That's true. They do have a siege tag, don't they? Or do they? I don't know. Anyways. But it's not multiple oracles here for Soup. Maybe that would be too obvious. He does have one in the back corner. One over here. One over here. He can build those oracles at any point. It doesn't really matter. But it looks to me like Soup is going to be going for a fast second town center. So it's going to be a boom coming through for Soup. Gets one hero citizen over here. And more citizens are going to be heading onto this position. The only problem I see with this is that if you're building 2 town centers worth of villages, how are you going to afford to build Promethean? I don't understand. I don't get it. All I want is a Promethean. Just give me more of those. El Mador on the other hand here. He's hit the classical age a little bit on the later side. Doesn't know for certain that Soup's going to the next stage. Doesn't have access to shifting sand. So he's not going to be able to deny a town center. As we're starting to see the oracles getting converted into... Is that a hero? No, that's just an oracle getting trained. So the oracles are starting to come out. Valor is in though, so you can defend any oracle that gets spotted. Or any citizen that gets attacked here. But the question is, what strategy is El Mador going to go for? As the citizen just says, hey, I'll fight you, I don't mind. El Mador tries to get some micro in onto this one. As Soup is just like, I will deal with you when I want to deal with you. As the Cryosphinx is going to be searching. You got to get into the corners. The corners are where everyone puts these things. If you're like... If you're upset with the amount of favor that your opponent's getting, you got to find those oracles and kill them. Like over here, great little spot. Promethean coming over in an attempt to defend as another oracle coming out. I love this idea from Soup. It's like, okay, I go 2 town centers and then I'm going to grade out a couple more oracles just so I can start spamming out my my Prometheans. But this will give El Mador more time to play with here. Is he going to go for a town center himself? He will. So he puts the pressure on nice and early and then calls it a day. The other thing that I like here from Soup is he holds on to these Valors. Valor is a twofold god power. Yes, it makes your village, not your villages, your units into a hero, but it also fully heals them. So using it sparingly and in a defensive way is a great way to go about it. As the Sphinx is going to be pulling back, we do have a Skin of the Rhino coming through here for El Mador. Got that Husbandry coming in as well. Armory on the way. Town Center going to be finishing up fairly shortly. There is a Rhino on this one that he can grab and eat. As the Sphinx coming up onto this spot. Looking to find some villager kills. There is Valor available. And Soup will be retreating away. I mean, he might have to Valor, and he does decide to. And a Shank, and a get out of here. Oh, it found an Oracle. Now the Oracle doesn't have any... Oh, no. He can't get saved. The villager going to come over and get some Shanks in. But that's not going to be enough. 1 Oracle down. Tango down, but Soup's already building more. Soup's already building more. You just killed it. He built it back. He's back up to 7. You killed 1 and now there's 2 in its place. He's like a Hydra with these things. Citizen over here going down. Not going to be able to take it out just yet, but very close. There's still that Valor available. And what is El Matador doing behind this is the question. He's going through Sobek. So it's 2 Townsend. It's a handful of Sphinx. It's 2 Townsend. It's Sobek. There's the Shockwave. As Super's had enough, he takes one down, and he's going to start trying to take out the other one here. So that's just going to be wandering around on this position. We see the Catapulti coming through here. We'll try and take this out as well. Smack, smack. No smack. One smack. Villager comes over to drop the military barracks. Oh, oh. And it's done. Tango down. Now, Super, he doesn't have to go for Prometheans. It's looking to me like he doesn't want Prometheans here. So what does he want? Does he want Satyr? Does he want Stymphalian birds? Does he want to go straight to the Mythic Age and then make Hecagigantes? There's a lot of different options here to go for. Oh, never mind. He wants Prometheans. Okay. Put another temple down and build the bloody Prometheans. I love you, Sue. Okay. The other thing is with 2 temples, you can build your oracles back out faster when they die. All right. But the big question is, how is El Matador going to deal with this? Does he get a villager kill over here? No. No. A couple of spearmen are out as the hero citizens are out here to shank back. Every single one of those bad boys coming in to help out, but the spearmen are through it, and those are going to be a bit of a problem to deal with here as the army of Soup is not really anywhere to be seen for the moment. He still doesn't have himself that alluvial clay technology. As the villagers have snuck over onto this gold mine, we see a Migdol stronghold coming up. There is a problem lying ahead here for Soup, which is second gold mine. He's taking his time. He's going through... He is going through Thea. As the citizens are going to get spotted out onto this position, there is still a Valor to be utilized. I think he used it on this one. They got to safety. I don't know how he used it on that one when it's on the mana, but maybe some sort of ping thing.
Yuji?
It's now El Matador. Going to be pushing back in onto this position. We've got some military barracks coming through. Promethean with that alluvial clay tech. It's so insanely strong, but the army of El Matador is starting to get into a difficult to deal with position. Crocodilopolis is going to be coming through as well. El Matador can also consider just going for the Mythic Age and getting himself out that Son of Osiris, which is really, really challenging to deal with. Oracle Hero getting pulled back. We see the Hesperid's tree get dumped down here. And El Matador is trying to find some value at the moment. As a Hero Oracle coming in to help out. Can he pick off this guy as the uppercuts coming through from the Dryad? Smack! Smack! Gets out with 2 HP. Up, 1 HP. He's down. Tango down. Some raids up onto this top position. The village is still safe over here. Wouldn't mind seeing a Sky Passage on that position, but it's yet to come through. As the army for Soup is now looking to be very, very scary. We see a rock is in. A rare rock. A rare rock indeed. As a citizen's going to be getting taken down on this spot. Spearman going down. Unit's going to be retreating back over here as well. And they're all going to be landing. And now we see Prophetic Sight coming in. So now he gets even more favor. And he's making Stymphalian birds. Okay. These things are pretty strong. They are pretty strong. 400 HP. The problem is that when you're playing against Egyptian, priests take them out very, very quickly when they get the range. Only 15 range for the Stymphalian bird does make it very, very challenging. Over onto this position, the units are starting to group up and see what they can find here. On the left side of the map, villagers have been spotted though, as Soup is making a march forward. But then he's back to making Promethean. I don't think Mass Promethean here are terrible, just on the fact that there's no real priests just yet. Well, there's a handful. But what Soup really needs is he needs to get some control on this map. He needs to be making sure this gold mine doesn't get grabbed. He's getting the walls down the bottom, which I love. But this gold mine in the center here, this gold mine over here, allowing those to get mined when he's only got the one Migdol. This is going to only be... it's only going to cause problems for him moving forward as El Matador's army just slowly but surely gets stronger and stronger and stronger. So Chariot Archers pushing forward. We've got the Stymphalian birds flying overhead. Unit's going to be pulling back as well. There's another Hesperid's tree coming in onto this position. That's the Stymphalian birds getting what they can get done here. We see the Valor coming through and with big Locust coming in, and Soup says, all right, run straight through that. No worries. Can he win this fight, though, is the big question. It's looking like the population is sitting fairly stable, however, for El Matador, as Soup might be losing all of these units. The Priest Micro is very strong for this time being at the moment, as the Chariot Arch is starting to get that shoot and scoot coming through. Arcus in the back sniping down the Priest beautifully here as the Promethean numbers have been limited to next to none. Soup's still holding on to Shockwave after this fight. He's got infinite favor in the bank. He refuses to use the Shockwave to give himself an advantage in this fight, as the Priest on the back is still a couple remaining, managing to take out those Promethean, that final Promethean there. And now Soup has got nothing left in this army, as the Chariot Archers are going to be able to chase down and murder these Arcus on the retreat path. Now we see the Poseidon's secret technology wanting to come through here. It takes a long time for that one to actually research, but he will be able to pump out a lot of Contarius moving forward. As one Stymphalian bird does end up getting taken down. Armory upgrades here are nearly non-existent versus full copper. So El Matador is in a fantastic position. You kind of have to look away from the score because it's kind of inflated from that 115 favor sitting in the bank right now. I just can't get over how much favor that Soup managed to get in this game. Now the heavy archers coming in. Poseidon's secret. Contarius is still going to come through. Soup's getting himself this third town center in the center of the map, which will be a big help. But that kind of means he almost has to force a fight here, as the kiting now beginning yet again by these Chariot Archers. This is something that El Matador does very well here. There's more Dryads starting to come through. The units starting to muster up in the center. Military barracks all through here as well. We'll see how that's going to go as the Contarius is starting to charge forward. And the Chariot Archers will be noticing there's a town center up here. So, I mean, the question right now for El Matador is, do you go for the safe play and get the third town center, or you just go Mythic Age for Osiris? That's the army numbers for Soup. Now starting to turn into a lot of Contarius here. Let's take a quick look at the upgrades here for both players in terms of economy. El Matador is missing himself that irrigation at the moment. And on the other side here, you see all the upgrades, basically with the exception of Shaft Mine, are in for Soup, as Soup going to be ready to charge forward. These Contarius are speedy, as they're going to be able to charge in and take out the Chariot Archers beautifully. The rest of those Camel Riders are now going to come in and cause a little bit of a stoppage here, as the Chariots pull back ever so slightly. Camel Riders could be attempting to hold the Spearmen coming through here as well. The Arcus on the back here going to be doing a decent amount of damage here. Population-wise, though, it's looking like the army of Soup is just not cutting it. There we see the Shockwave coming in. More units are going to be pumping out here as well for... I mean, both players are trying to get everything through, but the micro from El Matador is keeping him in it. Town Center gets up. Soup not going to be able to deny that one and has to retreat back. Fortified Town Center is going to come through. Soup trying to keep himself with a population advantage here, as more units are going to be coming in. I don't know where all the favor went. I guess he's just getting technologies that are kind of expensive. As El Matador, yet again, taking another fight. He's got those... That front line is everything. The Chariot Archers end up just doing so much damage here. As Soup slowly starts to run forward, we are now seeing that Osiris. And this is the big problem to deal with, right? For Uranus. Son of Osiris ends up just absolutely massacring everything. Though with the Arcus, 21 range on them, that's a lot. He got the relic for these as well, right? Yeah, so he's got a relic that's boosting these guys up to 21 range, which could be very, very helpful here. And we see Hecate coming through. That's a rare one. I like the idea because then you can put that Tartarian Gate down up to this top position while pressuring this position down the bottom. The Migdol Stronghold, not going to be going down anytime soon here, it seems, as the villagers are going to be repairing it up with reckless abandon as the army on this side here getting charged in onto. And now Soup has got to abandon ship here, push up to the top side of the fight here. Wait, does Soup have 3... Soup has 3 Hesperids trees. I totally missed it. I was like, where did Soup's favor go? He bought another Hesperids tree. So if he can get enough wood income, he can go to 15 Dryads. It's not going to matter against the Son of Osiris, but if he gets through the Son of Osiris, then this starts mattering in the late game. With the army of Soup, the numbers starting to dwindle here as he's pulling back, excuse me, with a weird sneeze. As the palaces are up here for Soup as well. He's got himself 2 palace, but trying to get the destroyers out to be able to tank these chariot archers of El Matador. As the army charges forward in an attempt to take out the chariot archers on the back, but it's just not enough units here at the moment for Soup. He needs to get to full population, and that's the hard part when you're constantly fighting. How many barracks does he have? He's got 13 barracks. That's enough production. But Son of Osiris is now in. And Soup, he's got to retreat back. And this is... Oh, he's still got a gold mine over here and over here. So it's not the end of the world to lose this middle position, but he's got a lot of citizens in here. Soup going to be trying to charge forward here. Hecate is through. Where is he going to place that? He's getting that Oracle into the center of the map here to drop it into the main base of El Matador. Tartarian Gate comes down while the fighting is ensuing. The Son of Osiris getting targeted down there. Lots and lots of damage. There's that Tartarian Gate. As the mummy does end up getting taken down. Son of Osiris coming through to take out a whole bunch of units as well, but that now the Arcus are able to snipe it down. El Matador not paying attention, down to 183 HP. But Soup has to retreat yet again. It's still a really, really close game. I mean, is there any world right now where you go for this upgrade for the Lampede to be able to turn human units into chickens? It's such a good technology. If you've got the favor income for it. These are relatively expensive though. 250 gold, 25 favor. But if you had a whole bunch of them, you can kill off all of the front line and life gets really, really difficult as the Tartarian Gate here going to be hunting out villages. It can kill off town centers as well, but we see the Son of Osiris coming through. I guess this takes down this very, very quickly, right? As the Chariot Archer's coming back as well. And now Soup has to get active quickly here. He has to get active very, very quickly and start targeting down this town center, hitting this gold mine. He's bought himself some much needed time here as villagers coming through in an attempt to shank this down as well. The villagers onto the back position here to grab some food as the market trade route has been started. Son of Osiris down to 47 HP as the army charging up to the top side of the map for Soup to clean up these villagers here. Lots of villager kills as we see a palace coming up. I mean, there is a world here where a gold starve ends up coming through. Champion Camel Riders here, 7.2 speed, going to be joining in onto the fight. And this is partly why I was suggesting maybe Lampedes wouldn't be a bad idea with that technology research, just because you're going to be able to take out these Camel Riders really, really quickly. But I guess you can go for Catapultes here as an answer to this. But the Camel Riders are definitely going to be countering those Champion Contariats very, very easily at 16.8 damage a second times 2. versus these bad boys, which are only 17.6 damage per second. As the Palace on this position does get notices, does get taken down. Still making... Fnatic's coming through. Very rare to see a Fnatic. Trade caravans now slowly going to start as well for Soup, as he knows that this game has the potential to go the distance here. Son of Osiris is back into the fight here. Kind of caught out of position. 76 divine damage here. Maybe pulling that one back. We're not seeing... Soup does now start to target that down. Gets one shot. Two shot. It's down to 5 HP. Still alive. El Matador is keeping this one as alive as he possibly can. Lots and lots of resources in the bank for Soup. He needs to spend those. El Matador, on the other hand, short on the gold. He needs many, many more markets up to get that trade route going. He's got 5. Never mind. He's got plenty. He just needs to get the trade caravans going. He doesn't have the population at the moment, but it will be coming through shortly, I'm sure, as the Palace focuses the Son of Osiris, but he pulls out of range just barely in time there. It doesn't matter because El Matador's army is now absolutely terrifyingly strong. The Chariot Archers continue to push forward here. Contarius on the back going to be getting taken out as well. And in that moment, El Matador claims his first win in this series with some impeccable defense against Soup's madness here. Welcome to the world of Soup, he says, and the Matador goes gladly. I can't believe he got a 3rd Hesperids tree. This guy's insane. All right. What a game here, though, from El Matador, managing to hold this. I know it's one of the harder things to do. All resources-wise, you can even see that Soup is just in front for the entirety of the game. So there's no sort of economic advantage here at all. It's just military advantage, and it's just the control of the Chariot Archer and the Son of Osiris, which allows him to convert this game into a winnable position. Well done to El Matador. We'll move into game number 4. See if El Matador can bring it back even further and maybe set up for a reverse sweep. Stick with us and we'll get it going shortly. It's all happening. Game number 4. Soup on match point. El Matador bringing it back. But can he keep going with this momentum or not? That's the big question. The left side of the map in the blue color playing as Odin. It is indeed Soup. And then El Matador opting in to the Zeus. We have a question in chat. Who made these intros? Shout out to Wolf Studios with Uros at the helm and a proper gentleman as well, making these sick map intros for us. Nonetheless, another matchup, another you, another me. Odin versus Zeus. Let's talk about this. What are the keys to victory here for Odin? Well, survival is very important. He says completely seriously, because the pain that the Zeus army is going to bring forward from this get-go is incredibly strong. So you have to somehow manage to secure a gold mine, which is in a nice spot, mind you. You also have to be thinking about how you're going to get your food income and everything else. And then you also have to be like, okay, how do I actually kill off this army that the Zeus player is going to go for? So what can the Zeus player do? Well, he's got 2 options, as every civilization does, every god does. He's got Athena, he's got Hermes. Hermes is a little bit on the back burner right now, as if anybody likes raiding, well, Minotaurs do better at that. If anybody likes brawling, well, Minotaurs do better than that. If anybody likes myth units, well, Minotaurs are just better. At the moment, seems to be the case. So why would you go for Hermes here? Ceasefire is still a good god power. Restoration is also a good god power, though. So realistically, while there are 2 options, Athena and Hermes, realistically, most of the time, you're probably going to be seeing Athena here. And then beyond that, you're probably going to be seeing Minotaurs. And then beyond that, you're probably going to be seeing a whole bunch of units. Now, the most important thing here is to understand the timings. Because Odin, in the early stages of the game, has got the stronger army. Roundabout up until 6 minutes in, especially when you're going for Minotaurs, which I feel like is must. Roundabout into 6 minutes in, the Odin is going to be all over you. So you got to be careful. You got to throw your punches well and take them when you can. But Athena, Freya, no surprises. I have seen Heimdall before, but you know, Freya is the safe option. Freya is the strong option. Freya gets you access to Sesrumnir, which can help against those Minotaurs. We take a quick look into El Matador's base. He's got 1 villager on the temple, which is absolutely correct at this stage. That's all you need. You can put 2 villagers onto temple a little bit later. If you want to go for a rush, you can go 2 villagers on the temple, rush out Labyrinth of Minos, and you can put some early pressure into the main base of your opponent. Not a terrible idea to go for, but if you just want to play a nice stock standard Athena 1 base idea, this is the way to go. Military Academy coming up. I'm sure there's going to be an archery range behind that. Arguably, you can just go like Hoplite Minotaur. Arguably. But I think getting out an archery range makes a lot of sense, and that's what El Matador's going to do. We see the bolt there onto that Valkyrie, putting a stop to that one there. Villager's going to be just sitting on the front, and in the main base here for Soup, he's going to drop a longhouse, and I imagine he's also going to drop a Great Hall. So you'll see effectively for the early stages of the game that Soup is going to be going into Herser, raiding cavalry, throwing axemen. So he's got all the counters there to what El Matador's going to do. So it does end up just becoming a big fat micro fight, which I'm sure both of these players are going to be looking forward to in a big way. We haven't really checked out the relics just yet. So the relics here for Soup, he's got himself Scales of Echidna. This is really important to keep away from the from the Greek base. Onto this one, got Black Lotus here, which is going to be 10% farm increase. Not the most important of relics there. Up to the top, Nose of the Sphinx, going to be boosting that building HP. I like that against the Zeus because it's going to slow that down. And for El Matador, he's already got himself Ship of Fingernails and the Scarab Pendant. So I'm surprised to see him not go for Scales of Echidna. I think it's so strong. I think it's probably the best relic for a lot of, well, for any myth unit spamming Civ, it's the best relic. And Zeus has got a big unique bonus for this. Nonetheless, units sitting back here, getting sorted out. Soup goes for 4 military buildings already. There's so many military buildings. So many. Question from Golden Royal. What does Norse even do against Minotox? Sesrumnir, well, Odin would go for Sesrumnir Herser and Thundering Hooves raiding cavalry. And just a good surround. Very important. Katoskopos going to be roaming through here, just checking out. This is how El Matador is just incredibly active with this scout. I think this is exactly what he needs to be doing. Every single Greek player needs to just be consistently moving with that scout. He gets in, he's even going to get a little bit of harass onto these villagers here. As the villagers say, leave us alone! Ah! Bit of shankies. As Katoskopos going to be leaving. Can it get out of here? Raiding cavalry, chasing it down. And that's nice. Lights out for the Katoskopos. The army now for El Matador decides it's time to move forward. As Soup, he's actually taking down a lot of these boars. This is a really cheeky way to get yourself a little bit of an advantage in the early stage of the game. As the Herser charging in onto that Minotaur to kick the fight off. Good retreat there, though. The Toxotes on the back here starting to get taken down. And there's the restoration. And Soup says, bye. It's been fun playing with you, but I do not want to fight you if you have infinite HP. The villagers on the front will need to retreat as well, though it looks like Soup is going to decide to turn around here, throw an axeman, doing what they can on this spot. Take out the hoplites as the raiding cavalry managed to sneak through onto the back. Minotaur with just a sliver of HP as the Toxotes there for El Matador. Great control on that one. Raiding Cavalry breaking through. Throwing Axeman going to be taken out. The Hoplites as well as... What else can El Matador do now? He's running out of units. He still has a handful of stuff remaining here. Throwing Axeman coming in, but the Raiding Cavalry is now on top of this. No micro from Soup except the focus fire here. It's going to be enough, it seems like. As one Throwing Axeman is left. One Tox. This is the closest fight you're ever going to see. The closest fight you're ever going to see. There's 4 units remaining here for El Matador, and Soup retreats back. And now Soup's got 73 favor in the bank. So I would say at the end of this, while Soup has to pull back into his main base, he is the ultimate victor of that skirmish. The ultimate victor of that skirmish. Oh, El Matador doing arrow dodging here as well because... Soup is too good. You fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you. As this hoplite will get taken down. Oh, almost pulls it. And then El Matador realizes he's not going to be able to pull the wool over the eyes of Soup in this game with that little trick. Nonetheless, the army now coming through. We do have a Valkyrie out. Very, very strong. One idea with the Valkyrie as you're building them out, if you see both the heroes on the front, is just to send them into your opponent's base. Because if the heroes are on the front, then there's no heroes in the main base, and you can get some good raids going. And now we see Sarissa coming through, and this is the big, big upgrade for these hoplites. Now, it's not an amazing upgrade until you have a large amount of hoplites. It's pretty good, don't get me wrong. It's 10% boost to the attack. So, what is that? 0.8 hack damage. Going, oh, a little bit less. A little bit less than 0.8. For some reason, I thought hoplites had 8 hack damage, but they have a little bit less. Nonetheless, it's a small amount of hack damage, but it's the bonus range you get on your hoplites, which ends up being a big deal once you get into the big fights. Because it means the hoplites aren't going to be like having pathfinding issues trying to start attacking, so they all start attacking much faster than the opposing infantry will be able to, or the opposing raiding cavalry will be able to. It's the villagers pulling off that food nice and quickly there. Thundering Hooves coming in. Now Minotaurs are going to be starting as villagers starting to come onto this temple here. Houses getting taken down is always a decent use of a raid because this is still 50 wood. It's still damage done. Still very, very good. Villagers running away, but the villagers on this gold mine going to get spotted here as El Matador a little bit slow on this reaction here. Up here on this position is just defending his food, but there's a couple of hoplites over here to just help out, but Medium Raiders is in. Thundering Hooves is going to be through in a second. Forest Fire getting dropped down onto this position as well to just make sure the villagers move off of that one. Looks like Soup doesn't even care that he's going to be losing raiding cavalry here. He is just sniping down so many villagers of El Matador, and he finally says, all right, enough is enough. Let me get out of there. I mean, who comes out in front? Now Soup is 4 villagers in front. The army charging forward to try and take out a little something over here. Military differential is pretty close even after all is said and done with losing a whole bunch of raiding cavalry on that position there. Soup also waiting out over here with this raiding cavalry just to sit and potentially hit the gold villagers here while a fight is happening to try and maybe catch El Matador out. But now Soup, he's back. He's got 3 Valkyrie already, and that's big. Soup is doing what Soup does so well. Picking off the reinforcements here with just a handful of units. You get so much value for this going for villagers. Not going to be able to take those down as the villagers up here playing very, very dangerous times up there as the Toxote will be... Oh, he checked, but he didn't check. The army coming through now for Soup is going to be engaging for a second time here. The Throwing Axeman getting some good damage done onto this one. Raiding Cavalry coming in onto the back position here. Throwing the Minotaur getting sniped down after all is said and done. The Valkyrie are going to be able to carry through as there's only a Heracles remaining. The Valkyrie pull away to start targeting down Toxotes onto the back here. And in the end, it's a win for Soup on that fight. And now the second fight is over and Soup is the big winner because he can now heal up his units as well with those Valkyrie. He doesn't have to go for an attack. He healed them up, get more units, full pop, more Valkyrie. He's spending that immediately. I wouldn't mind seeing the technology Disbolot to get the extra damage in, and the Valkyrie's getting a little bit stronger here. He is cooking up into the center of the map here, though, as El Matador is kind of needs to fix this economy ever so slightly. I mean, I think you have to go Minotaur here. I don't think you really have a choice. We aren't seeing El Matador building them for the time being. It's just going for human units. And Soup is taking full advantage of this. Where are the heroes for Soup? He's got none. He's got 0 heroes at the moment. And that's just because there's no Minotaur coming through for El Matador. And we do see Disbolot now queued up. It's 50% bonus damage on these Valkyrie. It's not a small amount. As Soup pops in, he sees the army. He doesn't want to take an engagement that he doesn't really want. But as El Matador falls back here, Soup is able to engage, and now he's going to be pulling this in with the throw-in axeman, taking down the hoplites as well. The Valkyrie is still very much alive. Disbolot now coming through. It does take a fair amount of time for it to actually finish up, as the heroes do manage to clean up one Valkyrie. But the Hersa are going to be, not the Hersa, but the Heracles is going to be getting taken down here pretty quickly. Good micro here from Soup to just pull away with his own Valkyrie there, as the Heracles gets distracted beautifully. And now El Matador has to pull back behind his wall, and he's got nothing really left. The villagers on this position are not safe either. I mean, he can drop a dock and try and get a transport ship in. He's going to be attempting to retreat away, but Soup will notice that. And in that moment, El Matador taps out, as Soup claims a 3-1 victory over El Matador and makes it into day number 2 of the second qualifier of the Wrath of the Gods tournament. Insanely impressive performance here from Soup. He is slowly starting to come into his own with his crazy, wacky strategies and work out how to effectively use them. I mean, Odin here plays so standard that it's almost strange to watch how standard Soup played this. But you take a look at this timeline here and it tells you the whole story. Look at how close this early game fight was. And that was with the restoration as well, mind you. And then over here, look at how close this fight was. And yet El Matador just was not able to take that win. And I think the difference maker here was just myth units. It was literally just myth units. Military units killed here. It's obviously pretty close. And if a handful more Minotaur are in this fight for El Matador, you could definitely expect to see him finding a somewhat equality in this matchup. All resources still pretty close as well. So there's nothing in this for these guys. It's so close. Nonetheless, Soup finds the dub. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the follow. We're going to be finishing up day number 1 today. Don't forget to come in and tune in for day number 2. We've got Yo Desla coming in to do a cast with us on for the semifinals and the finals tomorrow. So definitely come and hang out with us there. I'll be on the quarterfinals. It's starting at 10 GMT. No, 14 GMT. Anyways, GG's.